Please be seated. Proceedings are resumed.
Motions. Government Motion Number 11 of 2016-17, the Development and Planning Amendment Regulations 2017, to be moved by the Honourable Minister of Planning, Lands, Agriculture, Housing and Infrastructure.
Recognize the Honourable Minister responsible for planning.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I beg to move Government Motion Number 11 of 2016-17, entitled the Development and Planning Law 2015 Revision, the Development and Planning Amendment Regulations 2017.
The motion has been duly moved and is open for debate. Does the Honourable Minister wish to speak to his motion?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I will be brief, but I, with your permission, would simply wish to read the motion first of all.
Most certainly.
Madam Speaker, the motion reads as follows. Whereas Section 42(1) of the Development and Planning Law 2015 Revision provides that the Cabinet may make regulations, and whereas Section 42(3) of that law provides that no regulations shall be made pursuant to that law unless the draft thereof has been laid before the Legislative Assembly and a resolution approving the draft has been passed by the Legislative Assembly. And whereas the draft Development and Planning Amendments Regulations 2017 were laid on the table of the Legislative Assembly, be it therefore resolved that the draft Development and Planning Amendment Regulations 2017 be approved by the Legislative Assembly in accordance with the provisions of Section 42(3) of the Development and Planning Law 2015 Revision. Madam Speaker, these amending regulations are in line with the amendments to the forgive me, Madam Speaker. These proposed amendments are in line with the Registered Land Amendment Bill 2017, which deals with volumetric parcels. And after realizing that there was no need for independent standalone legislation, Madam Speaker, these amending regs to the Development and Planning Law regulations are what was needed for all of the other amendments to be in line with the planning law. The regulations speak to the development and planning regs are amended in Regulation 8 by inserting after subregulation 14 the following subregulations. 15. Notwithstanding anything contained in these regulations, there shall be no requirement for minimum setbacks between any volumetric parcels that form part of a volumetric plan registered pursuant to the Registered Land Law 2004 revision, except that where a volumetric parcel A is a building or B contains a building, the setback requirements applicable to a building on the base parcel shall apply. Madam Speaker, what this amendment is all about is simply saying that when a volumetric parcel is created, there is a base parcel, and that base parcel on its own will have certain setback requirements. And once the volumetric parcel contains a building, then whatever that base parcel has as setback requirements, that building in the volumetric parcel will also contain the same requirements. That's what this amendment is all about, Madam Speaker. So I do trust, as I had discussed when I was piloting the registered land law amendment bill, that this was to be laid on the table and a motion brought. This, Madam Speaker, is what brings all of the other legislation in line with the planning law. So I do trust that members will see it fit to support the government motion. Thank you.
Does any member wish to speak? Does any other member wish to speak? Final call. Does any other member wish to speak? If not, I'll recognize the honorable mover of the motion if you wish to exercise the right of reply.
Madam Speaker, I just wish that everything that has gone on before now could go like this one. Thank you very much to all honorable members.
The question is, be it therefore resolved that the draft Development Planning Amendment Regulations 2017 be approved by the Legislative Assembly in accordance with the provisions of Section 42.3 of the Planning, Development and Planning Law 2015 revision. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Against, no. The ayes have it. The motion is carried.
Government motion number 12, 2016-17, the legal aid regulations, 2016, to be moved by the Honorable Attorney General, ex officio member responsible for the portfolio of legal affairs.
Recognize Honorable Attorney General.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I beg to move the government motion number 12 of 2016-2017, starting my name, Legal Aid Law 2015.
The motion has been duly moved. It is open for debate. Does the Honorable Attorney General wish to expound further?
Madam Speaker, I just wish to read the motion. The motion is, whereas Section 42(1) of the Legal Aid Law 2015 provides that the Cabinet, after consultation with the Chief Justice, may make regulations consistent with the Legal Aid Law 2015 to prescribe anything which, by that law, is to be or may be prescribed, and generally for the better carrying out of its purpose and provisions. And whereas Section 42.3 provides that regulations made under the Legal Aid Law 2015 are subject to an affirmative resolution procedure. And whereas the Legal Aid Regulations 2016 were made by the Cabinet on the 28th of October 2016, and whereas the Legal Aid Regulations 2016 were laid on the table of the Legislative Assembly, be it now therefore resolved that the Legal Aid Regulations 2016 be affirmed by the Legislative Assembly pursuant to Section 42.3 of the Legal Aid Law 2015. Madam Speaker, as stated in motion, the Legal Aid Regulations were laid on the table of this Honourable House. I think it was in February, it was last month. And they were made pursuant to Section 42 of the Legal Aid Law. Madam Speaker, as members are aware, a lot of work went into reforming our legal aid system, and I'm pleased to advise this Honourable House that the Legal Aid Office is now in operation out of the Judicial Department. And I'm advised, Madam Speaker, that I think as we speak, they are in the process of recruiting a director, as the office is currently being manned by an acting director. Madam Speaker, the regulations were approved by Cabinet after extensive consultation with the Judicial Department, including the Honourable Chief Justice. And like all other regulations, these tend to expand on the matters provided for under the principal law, that namely the Legal Aid Law. And so, Madam Speaker, the regulations deal with matters such as applications for criminal or civil legal aid, the management by the Legal Aid Office of a roster of attorneys who will provide legal aid services, remuneration for paralegal services, costs and expenses, the grant, amendment, discharge, and revocation of legal aid certificates, the regulation of party and party cost, taxation of cost, and the calculation of disposable income for purposes of means test, which is to be applied under the new law, Madam Speaker. As I mentioned, there's a roster, Madam Speaker, which must contain the following classes of attorneys at law, civil law attorneys, attorneys at law who deals in criminal matter, and a duty counsel. An attorney at law, Madam Speaker, may be listed in one or more of these classes. However, unless otherwise approved by the legal aid director, when an attorney has represented or advised an applicant as a duty counsel, neither that attorney nor any of his or her partners or associates in his firm must knowingly act for the applicant in the same matter, otherwise done as a duty counsel. Madam Speaker, the regulations also speaks to contributions which may be required from persons who have been granted legal aid, and Section 19 of the law deals with that issue. So, Madam Speaker, I've highlighted some of the main matters covered by the regulations. It has taken a while to get to this stage, but I believe, Madam Speaker, that the regulations provide help in providing a solid framework for a modern legal aid system, and thereby ensuring access to justice for persons who need, Madam Speaker, to have the benefit of legal aid so that they can have their day in court and that their matter be adequately and fairly represented to the tribunal, Madam Speaker. So with those words, I commend the regulations to this Honorable House for approval pursuant to Section 42 of the Legal Aid Law. Thank you.
Does any other member wish to speak? Does any other member wish to speak? Final call. Does any other member wish to speak? Not, I once again will recognize the Honorable Attorney General.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I understandably wish to thank all honorable members for their support. I do thank you.
The question is, be it therefore resolved that the Legal Aid Regulations 2016 be affirmed by the Legislative Assembly pursuant to Section 42(3) of the Legal Aid Law 2015. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Against, no. The ayes have it. Motion is carried.
Government motion number 13 of 2016-17, National Pension General Amendment Regulations 2017, to be moved by the Honourable Minister of Education, Employment and Gender Affairs.
Recognize the Honourable Minister responsible for education.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I beg to move government motion number 13 of 2016-2017, standing in my name, the National Pensions Law 2012 revision, National Pensions General Amendment Regulations 2017.
The motion has been duly moved. Does the Honourable Minister for Education wish to speak further?
Yes, Madam Speaker. I will start with actually reading the motion and then proceed. Whereas Section 95 of the National Pensions Law 2012 revision provides that the Cabinet may make regulations consistent with the National Pensions Law to prescribe anything which by that law is to be or may be prescribed, and generally for the better carrying out of its purposes and provisions. And whereas the approval of these regulations is necessary in order to continue to implement the changes that were made to the law by the National Pensions Amendment Law 2016, and whereas Section 95(6) provides that the regulations made under the National Pensions Law 2012 revision are subject to the affirmative resolution procedure, and whereas the National Pensions General Amendment Regulations 2017 were approved by the Cabinet on 14th of February 2017, and whereas the National Pensions General Amendment Regulations 2017 were laid on the table of the Legislative Assembly, be it now therefore resolved that the National Pensions General Amendment Regulations 2017 be affirmed by the Legislative Assembly pursuant to Section 95(6) of the National Pensions Law 2012 revision. Madam Speaker, the purpose of the National Pensions General Regulations 2017, or Amendment Regulations, is to give effect to the changes to the National Pensions Law 2016, which was adopted and passed in this Legislative Assembly last year, by making the necessary amendments to the general regulations in order to bring into force the new law which this House has passed. Madam Speaker, the National Pensions Law, just as a brief background, was enacted in 1998 for Caymanians and became applicable to non-Caymanians in 1999. And since the implementation of the National Pensions Law in the 1990s, only a few discrete amendments have been made to the legislation. However, in May 2016, the members of the Legislative Assembly who were present for the vote unanimously passed the National Pensions Amendment Law 2016, which was the first substantive set of amendments to the legislation since its implementation in 1998. Madam Speaker, in December 2016, Cabinet issued the commencement orders, which are required by the 2016 Amendment Law in order to begin the implementation of these key legislative changes. Madam Speaker, some of the legislative changes contained within the 2016 Amendment Law, that is the National Pensions Amendment Law for 2016, require that the National Pensions General Regulations 2011, I will be referring to these as the general regulations, are also revised. And so, Madam Speaker, again, for historical perspective, the general regulations were initially enacted in 1998 and have not been revised since its inception, except for one discrete amendment. And that is, Madam Speaker, in June 2010, the general regulations were amended to remove the cap on the annual fee that the pension plan administrator paid to the Cayman Islands government and to increase the per member fee paid from $5 to $20. Madam Speaker, the National Pensions General Regulations 2011 is the present version in effect, and it is a consolidation of the General Regulations of 1998 and the General National Pensions General Amendment Regulations of 2010 that I just spoke of. Again, Madam Speaker, as a reminder of the key objectives of the National Pensions Amendment Law were to remove the notion of the normal retirement age and to increase the age at which persons become entitled to access their pension from 60 to 65, recognizing the longevity of people in today's society. Madam Speaker, it also aimed to increase and introduce more requirements for pension plans to educate and inform members, thereby increasing the transparency in the pension plan administration process. Madam Speaker, it also aimed to introduce new and enhanced mechanisms to improve compliance in the National Pensions Law. And finally, Madam Speaker, the aim was to align the National Pensions Law with the reorganization of the labour and pension services in the Cayman Islands by including in the legislation the establishment of the Department of Labour and Pensions. Turning specifically to the regulations, Madam Speaker, the Clause 4 of the National Pensions General Amendment Regulations 2017 speaks about the pension plan and the selection of a pension plan. And whereas under the law, the employer is mandated to provide each employee with a pension plan and make contributions to that plan, the employer is allowed to determine or design the plan, i.e. whether it's a defined benefit or defined contribution. However, Madam Speaker, employees have the right to vote for the specific pension plan to be utilized. And so, Madam Speaker, the National Pensions General Amendment Regulations 2017 seek to refine the current process and to outline the critical steps in the process of selecting a pension plan. That includes requiring the employer to provide the employees with an option to decide between at least two pension plans. It requires the employer to file with the Department of Labour and Pensions a certificate confirming that the employees have been provided with the required information and have been polled in accordance with the regulations. It also extends the polling options to include voting by proxy as well as electronically. So, Madam Speaker, once the polling process is concluded, the decision of which the pension plan is selected is determined by the majority of those employees who vote. Madam Speaker, the employees can, at a later date, inform the employer that they wish to change the pension plan if they are dissatisfied with the pension plan for reasons such as investment return, expense ratio, fee structure, customer service, or any other reason. And so, Madam Speaker, in following the notification, the employer is required to provide the employees with the names and details of further pension plans for their consideration. And again, Madam Speaker, the goal of this process is to ensure that the employees have the opportunity to participate in the pension plan decision-making process, since the pension contributions ultimately belong to each respective employee. Madam Speaker, Clause 8 of the regulations deal with the advisory committee. And under the law, members of a pension plan, by vote, may establish an advisory committee to monitor the administration of the plan. And currently, under the National Pension General Regulations 2011, there is a requirement that the pension plan administrator must notify the members every 2 years of their right to form an advisory committee. However, Madam Speaker, pursuant to the changes that were made in the 2016 amendment to the law, with the introduction of annual general meetings and the increased transparency information, the frequency of notification to the membership on this matter as it relates to the advisory committee is also increased in the regulations from every 2 years to every 1 year to keep in line with the changes to the substantive law. And again, this change, Madam Speaker, will further enhance the transparency and accountability of the pension plan, as well as facilitate the opportunity for members to have a more active role in monitoring of their respective pension plans. Madam Speaker, Clause 9 of the regulations deals with administrator training, and under the pensions law, the pension plan administrator is responsible for the administration and the investment of the pension plan. And Madam Speaker, since the administrator has statutory responsibility for the pension plan assets, the National Pension General Amendment Regulations 2017 seek to ensure that the administrator holds and maintains their knowledge and understanding of key documents, including the official documentation in relation to the pension plan, rules and policies of the pension plan, as well as their knowledge and understanding of the pensions law, the general regulations, and the investment regulations. Furthermore, Madam Speaker, the administrator must provide to the Director of the Department of Labour and Pensions evidence of annual administrator training, which would retain the skills and qualifications required for the efficient management, administration, and investment of the pension plan. Madam Speaker, the annual general meeting provision in Clause 9 of the regulations deals with the fact that under the law, the National Pensions Amendment Law, that is in 2016, established a mandatory annual general meeting for all pension plans, which again will create an opportunity for members to hear directly from their pension plan administrator and key service providers about the activities of the plan. Madam Speaker, the government wanted to ensure that members of the pension plan have an established forum to facilitate further education and information sharing about their pension plan. And again, it gives the opportunity for members to raise whatever questions or concerns with the pension plan administrator and the associated service providers. Madam Speaker, as members of the plans have the right to be fully informed of the details of the pension plan, and this new requirement mandates education and greater transparency between the pension plan administrator and the plan membership. Madam Speaker, the amendments also require the administrator to hold an annual general meeting within 6 months of the pension plan's financial year end to ensure that a report or explanation is presented or a discussion held regarding the following minimum list of topics. They must present information as it relates to their audited financial statements, expense ratio, investment return, formation of advisory committee, any breaches of the NPL, and any changes to the administrator. Madam Speaker, in addition, the general regulations require the administrator to ensure that members, former members, and others who are entitled to payments from the pension plan are notified of the details of such an annual general meeting. The administrators are also required to facilitate a question and answer segment at the annual general meeting, which provides an opportunity for more transparency between administrators and pension plan members. Madam Speaker, as you recall, the National Pensions Amendment Law 2016 established the requirement for pension plan administrators to publish information on the pension plan itself. This amendment was introduced in line with the Ministry's plan to increase the transparency in relation to investment returns and expense ratios of the pension plans. Madam Speaker, the government seeks to ensure that the general public is aware of the critical information regarding each pension plan so that the general public, inclusive of the pension plan members, will have an opportunity for an equitable comparison of these pension plans. While some pension plan administrators have published information in the past, neither the practice of releasing the information nor the type of information was consistent within the industry, Madam Speaker. So the new provision addresses this point and ensures that the important information is available to everyone once the legislative changes are implemented. Madam Speaker, the administrator's record to collect delinquent contributions is dealt with in Clause 9, and the Pensions Amendment Law of 2016 calls for an administrator to immediately take action to collect delinquent contribution. And in an effort to further clarify this requirement and to facilitate the maintenance of the detailed records of the administrator's action, an amendment is contained in the proposed regulation that requires the administrator to maintain a record of any efforts made to fulfill their requirement in this area, including making contact with the member or the employer, as well as arranging a time for payment of delinquent contributions. These records to be maintained must also be provided to the Department of Labor and Pensions when requested, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the Disclosure of Information, Clause 10, deals with the mandatory provision that the pension plan member has to provide, or that the plan member will be provided with information immediately upon their application for membership. So under the Amendment Law of 2016, this change was made so that the members would have the information immediately upon them applying to be a member of the plan. In order to complete this legislative change, Madam Speaker, or to enact it, the Pensions Amendment Regulations will now prescribe the requirement for the published expense ratios and investment returns to be provided to the person upon becoming a member. Madam Speaker, regards member statements, the National Pensions Amendment Law 2016 increased the frequency of pension statements from annually to semi-annually. And again, prior to this change, pension plan administrators were only required to issue statements on an annual basis. However, some plans had already adopted the practice of issuing more frequent statements. Madam Speaker, this change was introduced to create further information for members and to enhance those opportunities for them to monitor the activities of the pension plan as the timely payment of pension contributions by their employer into the plan. And so, Madam Speaker, the Pensions General Regulations 2017 will now require that members detail, or the statements provided to members must detail each payment to the pension plan administrator, including the date, amount, and contribution period for that payment. The additional information will support, Madam Speaker, the efforts of the government to build a culture of compliance by providing members with the ability to identify the pension deductions taken by the employer once they're paid into the pension plan, and to be able to determine if they're paid on a timely basis. Madam Speaker, dealing with the additional voluntary contributions, which the amendment was made during the Amendment Law of 2016, introducing the ability for pension plan members to access their additional voluntary contributions under specific criteria prior to reaching the normal age of pension entitlement, including issues related to health, education, housing, and unemployment. Madam Speaker, one of the concerns that was expressed during the time was to ensure that there was sufficient parameters put around this particular provision dealing with the access to the additional voluntary contributions, as the indication was not to make it seem as if this was to be treated like any other bank account. So this particular provision deals with the timeliness of when persons will be able to access those funds. Madam Speaker, information provided to administrator for transfers. In the regulations 2017 being proposed, there is a proposal to establish minimum information that must be provided to the pension plan administrator when executing a transfer to another pension plan administrator locally. Again, Madam Speaker, this information includes details of the mandatory as well as voluntary contributions paid to the employer, or paid by both the employee and the employer, as well as any additional contributions paid by the member. Madam Speaker, the National Pensions Amendment Law 2016 establishes the portability between private and public sector by permitting transfers between and from the private sector plans registered under the National Pensions Law to the public sector. And so with the introduction of this portability mechanism, it allows the ability for the pension plans to access their additional voluntary contributions. There is also a requirement to establish the transfers in this regard. Madam Speaker, death benefits are dealt with in Clause 17, and under the current National Pensions General Regulations stipulates that the time frame for a spouse to inform the pension plan administrator if they wish to access the deceased member pension immediately or to defer the access until the spouse reaches the age of normal pension entitlement. Madam Speaker, the current time frame within which the spouse must inform the pension plan administrator of his or her decision is 90 days. However, Madam Speaker, the amendment regulations of which we are proposing extends this time frame for the spouse of a deceased member to make this decision from 90 days to 180 days, so the spouse can consider his or her options within a more reasonable time frame, because you know, Madam Speaker, upon the death of a spouse is always a stressful time, and so this allows people more time to make a decision about what they want to do in that regard. Madam Speaker, the National Pensions Law requires that the pension contributions are paid into the pension plan on a monthly basis, and so the pension plan administrators also calculate investment returns on a monthly basis as well. So, Madam Speaker, accordingly, the National Pensions General Regulations are being proposed to be amended in order to ensure that these investment returns are also applied to the pension plan member accounts on a monthly basis. Madam Speaker, there are some other consequential changes which deals with making provision for investment regulations changes, which the investment regulations are being amended as we speak as well, to be brought to the House at a later date by the next government. But Madam Speaker, there also has been some changes to make the language gender neutral and making sure that it is gender inclusive and sensitive. And I know, Madam Speaker, there may be people in here that think that it is unnecessary or trivial to do so. But Madam Speaker, I stand by the position that I've always taken in that language is very powerful. And so by making these changes, we are recognizing a positive example, and it encourages the inherent or other rejection of discriminatory language. Madam Speaker, there is other, as I said, consequential changes to bring the regulations in line with the law. And because the law, this was the first time the law had been substantively changed in 20 years, there has to have been substantive changes to the regulations to reflect that as well. And so that includes the increase in the year's maximum pensionable earnings, the definitions as it relates to normal age of pension entitlement and normal pension entitlement date, as well as bringing the references to the director as opposed to the superintendent. So, Madam Speaker, in conclusion, I wish to commend and thank all the parties who have provided input to and all the staff involved in bringing these regulations forward. As you can see, with the passage of the National Pensions Amendment Law, we have established critical changes which have been in the process of being implemented since the beginning of this year. And so to continue the process of implementing the amendment law which was approved in this House, these regulations were required in order to ensure that we do bring forward the changes which we all agreed back in 2016. And so therefore, Madam Speaker, I trust that these regulations will receive the full support of this honourable House. Thank you.
Does any other member wish to speak? Does any other member wish to speak? Final call. Does any other member wish to speak? If not, I put the question, be it therefore resolved that the National Pensions General Amendment Regulations 2017 be affirmed by the Legislative Assembly pursuant to Section 95(6) of the National Pension Law 2012 revision. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Against, no. The ayes have it. The motion is carried. I recognize the Honourable Premier, but before so doing, I just wish to put some aspects of what is to follow in perspective. It is now almost 10 minutes to 8. The clock is 100% right. Traditional members are given an opportunity to say their final adieu if they have decided not to return to this honourable chamber, or if it's their intention to return to make some remarks. If the chair permits each of the 20 members here to speak for 10 minutes, it means that it will take us 3 hours. If the chair permits 5 minutes, it will take us an hour and a half. I'm in at the will of the House. Please note I did not go beyond 10 minutes. Honourable Premier, do you have I'm being requested that a special disposition be for the Premier and to the Leader of the Opposition, in fairness. Can I have an indication? I don't want to take 10 minutes just trying to decide. 5 minutes? That's for the two leaders as well? Okay. All right, well, each person will be allocated 5 minutes. Madam Clerk, please keep some accurate time, and if the leaders need more time, then the Leader of Opposition and the Premier would indicate for more time, because there are probably a couple of aspects that need to be married in your presentation here today. Honourable Premier.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I move the adjournment of this honourable House, the adjournment of this last sitting and last meeting of the 2013 to 2017 class, if I may call it that, of the Legislative Assembly sine die.
The question is that is Honourable House be adjourned sine die. All those in favour, please say aye.
Aye.
Against, no. The ayes have it. The House accordingly is adjourned sine die. I'll recognise members for their presentation at this time. Honourable Premier.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, before I started, the reason why I said somewhat in jest that I might need a little longer than 5 minutes is really not to say very much about myself. There'll be lots of time for that in the weeks to come. But Madam Speaker, I want, on behalf of this House, although I know individual members will want to do their own thing, but I wanted to acknowledge, Madam Speaker, publicly that the Minister for Planning, my friend, my big brother, my mentor, Darwin Kurt Tibbetts, has moved his last motion and represented the people of Georgetown in this House for the last time. I say that, Madam Speaker, with a great deal of sadness, but with immense pride in all that he has done in the 24 plus years that he has been a member of this honorable House. Madam Speaker, there are those who may think that my view of him is biased. They would be right, for he has been my friend and my mentor, my big brother for a long time. Although he was known by reputation long before I actually met the legend. I actually met him first when I was about 22 years old. And our journey in life has taken me through many things. The Lions Club of Grand Cayman, innumerable domino games, countless tours, as we euphemistically call them, fishing trips, and much more, Madam Speaker, even a brief jaunt in business together. But, Madam Speaker, it is actually my involvement with him in politics that has, I think, most stamped my career and my views and my perspective about life and Cayman and what matters to the people of Cayman. Madam Speaker, the minister first entered politics in 1988, running with the now doctor, the Honorable Linford Pearson, and Mr. Norman Borden, in a group called the Three Amigos. They were elected. He was not. I think the verdict, Madam Speaker, of the people of Georgetown then, that, pardon my resorting to informality, that Kurt was still too young and still too much of a spree boy. But, Madam Speaker, by 1992, when the membership of the House had been increased from 12 to 15, and the number of seats in Georgetown from 3 to 4, he decided to give it another run. And he asked me and a number of other notables, I was the notable, I was a youngster, but a number of other notables to be part of his committee. And he ran alone, and we promoted him. And I say somewhat immodestly that it was my suggestion that found favor with the group, that he should be described as the voice of reason, and that's how we marketed him. Many didn't give him a chance of winning, including my father, who told me that Kurt had made a mistake of bringing on his committee a bunch of inexperienced people who didn't know anything about politics and who were going to make a good man lose. But he won in 1992. Madam Speaker, I was very proud to be part of that committee. And in 1996, he decided to run again with another group, which called itself, with a group, but this time called itself the Democratic Alliance. Mr. Adrian Briggs, Ms. Bridget McPartland, Dr. the Honorable Linford Pearson, as he now is, and Minister Tibbetts. And he won again, Madam Speaker. And then, Madam Speaker, I was again a part of that committee and delighted to support him. I had no plans at the time to enter politics anytime soon. I was doing very well in my legal practice, and I was enjoying that immensely. I went away on vacation before a major manslaughter trial that I was to run, Madam Speaker. The trial was to start in October of 2000. And while I was away, cell phones then generally weren't roaming, and if they did, they cost even a greater fortune than they do now. So I didn't have any cell phone, but they had my telephone number at the apartment I was staying in with my wife and young boys. And one night in August, while I was there for 2 weeks, I got a phone call from Alfonso Wright saying, "You need to come home, you got to run with Kurt." And it's a long story, but I don't have time for that tonight. But that, Madam Speaker, is essentially what propelled me into politics far too young, as I now know in retrospect. And so, Madam Speaker, I ran with him, and we were both elected. He first elected member for Georgetown, I second. I think, Madam Speaker, that entry into politics fooled me into believing that this was going to be an easy run. I'll say the easiest thing I've ever done in politics was to get elected in 2000, because ever since then, I have not had an easy road. Every step of the way has been a challenge. And then, Madam Speaker, we, as you well know, and others in this House, we attempted to form a government of independence. The first attempt lasted one day, didn't even get sworn in. The second attempt, Madam Speaker, the government lasted 1 year. And so those who may question my aversion to this idea and concept that somehow a group of independents can effectively run a government will pardon me for my cynicism, but it is born of bitter experience. Madam Speaker, in 2000, there was what I called the coup, when Minister Tibbetts, the leader of government business at the time, was toppled. He and then Minister Edna Moyle. So, Madam Speaker, I have been to the top of the mountain with this man, and I have been in the valley of despair. There is no time tonight to talk about all of that. But, Madam Speaker, he recovered to champion the formation of the People's Progressive Movement in 2002, to win the government and become leader of government business in 2005, and to lose the government in 2009, to do what no one that I am aware of in the history of Cayman's politics has ever done, to voluntarily step aside as leader of a political group, and to allow the democratic process within the party to take its course, which resulted, Madam Speaker, in myself becoming the leader of the People's Progressive Movement and subsequently leader of the opposition. So, Madam Speaker, even though he wished and indicated that he would rather not have run in these last elections in 2013, he was persuaded to do so, and he did. But he served notice even then, from time he stepped down, that he would not continue indefinitely in politics. He has been, Madam Speaker, a champion of the people of Georgetown in particular. In 5 of the 6 elections which he has won, he was the first elected member for Georgetown. The one time he was not was the first time he sneaked in when he was first elected in 1992. Even when the government which he led lost power, he was still the first elected member for Georgetown. Madam Speaker, that says volumes about the love and admiration and respect that the people of these islands, and in particular the District of Georgetown, hold and have for Kurt Tibbetts. And so, Madam Speaker, it is with, as I said, a great deal of sadness in my heart that I say, on behalf of members of this House, in particular on my side, our thanks, our grateful thanks to Minister Tibbetts for his contribution to the development of politics in these islands, to the political system, to the development of his people, and to this and of this country. And, Madam Speaker, his departure from these hallowed halls and ultimately from the cabinet room will leave a great void in the system of government that we have. For his sage advice and guidance, his impeccable judgment, his diplomacy, his tact, his people's skills are things for which, in my view, he has never been given sufficient credit. Although the people people who vote understand that very well, for they, each and every time that he has run since 1996, no matter who else was on the ticket, he was the first elected member. Should he have run again this time, wherever he ran in Georgetown, I have no doubt he would have won. There are not many people, Madam Speaker, especially those that get the political fever and get that in their blood, that know when to say enough. I have done my time, I have given up my best. I now want to go on and do other things. Madam Speaker, the man that I know, that I call my friend, my mentor, my big brother, has never wanted power for power's sake. It has always been, what can I do to help my people, to make a contribution to my country, to improve these Cayman Islands, not just for the next generation, but for those of us who live here now. And so, Madam Speaker, he doesn't like all of this talk that I'm doing. I know him too well. But, Madam Speaker, it is important. It is important beyond measure that we acknowledge the immense contribution of a big man with an even bigger heart, and one whose place in Cayman's political history should be forever assured. I know of few people who have given more of themselves and made a greater contribution to the development of this country than Darwin Kurt Tibbetts, OBE. And so, Madam Speaker, I'm going to say nothing about myself except to say to my people, I am not about to step down just yet. God and the people willing, I have one good term left in me. The work that my administration has done under my leadership speaks for itself, and I'm not going to spend time this evening going into that. I ask my people for their continued support of my candidacy and that of the People's Progressive Movement. But, Madam Speaker, for me, this evening, the most important thing is what I've been able to do just now, which is to pay tribute to a big, big man, big in heart, big in stature, big in stature. Sorry, Madam Speaker, I was distracted. A big, big man, big in heart, big in stature, and huge, Madam Speaker, in his contribution to these islands. Madam Speaker, two of his children are here this evening to witness this poignant moment. Janelle and Jared, who are like my own children to me. They have every right to be proud. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Recognize Honorable Leader of the Opposition.
Madam Speaker, we have come to the ending of a long 4 years, and two of our members of this honorable legislature is moving on. I was taken aback, and I understood for real that both were going. That is, Madam Speaker, the first member from Georgetown, Minister of Planning, and the fifth elected member from Georgetown, I have known the member for planning for a long, long time. Through the good days, we worked together at Canadian Imperial Bank of Commerce in the early 70s, and through the bad days of politics since 1992. Through it all, Madam Speaker, we've remained friends. That's what's important to me. We would have our say on the floor of this house, but we didn't take it anywhere else. Madam Speaker, he said he's retiring, and he asks me, or he tells me that I should be going too. And then someone, or perhaps two, said to me that I am getting up there in age, and that age matters. And they suggested that I should retire too. And all I've asked them, if they didn't hear the good part of the song by the Soca King, a good walking old thing is better than a young thing. Anytime. Well, my age is still good, and I suspect that my friends is too. And it is not age where he's going. What I can say, Madam Speaker, is that anyone putting in several years of public service, such as service in this House, deserves any accolade that can be given to them, particularly doing service, giving service to the people of the country for 24 years. Over time in this House, Madam Speaker, we have done a lot of good and participated in other matters outside of it to benefit our people. Madam Speaker, I hadn't planned to go into my record as much, but I'll take a little hint from the Premier. But of course, he had about 25 or half an hour earlier talking about the good that he had done. So I suspect that I need to say something before I sit down, but for the minute, it's giving our respect and our appreciation for our colleague. You see, Madam Speaker, at times, for instance, I've needed to get to a funeral because a lot of the people that the member knows have been associated with them for years, families in Georgetown. And I didn't have to worry that if I didn't get there, that they would understand I couldn't get there, because he always would take the position and offer my condolences because we knew each other that well. I couldn't go into all the things about the early days, because that too would take a book. I know, Madam Speaker, that he has probably a last chance to give a roasting, and I will forego that chance, or I would not attempt. But I had many long years with him. I can say, first time I got a good drunk was with them, working at CIBC. I didn't know when I got home. He said he threw me in the house and said to my mother, "See me here." They were the good days, Madam Speaker. We didn't have to worry about a mortgage. And work seemed easier because we were all good friends and, of course, much younger. I recall one day in CIBC over at Kirk Plaza. And when someone tells me about how that Kurt will mollycoddle certain people. In other words, play up to certain people. I said, not Kurt, but I know. Don't tell me that. Because I do recall, and it sticks within my mind, those days, the old Canadian Imperial Bank of Commerce was situated with Kirk Plaza. And I would suspect the floor of that building was level with the ground, if not below. And anytime it rained, we got flooded out. And we had an accountant who was in charge. The accountants were in charge of staff and charge, really, of operations. And we had one from Guyana who used to like to push me around. I had plenty of mouth. He couldn't handle me too well. He dared not go at Kurt, I remember, from Georgetown. But this day, it rained. And I wanted to make sure that I was on the right side. I went to get the buckets and get a mop because the accountant had told me, get it done. And I saw Kurt sitting there with his left hand right now. I said, you the first one I see right upside down, you know. But that's because he was left-handed or he's left-handed. And I saw him. He kept looking. I said, you come here. You come here. You know what you do? You tell them. They get a bucket, that mop, and that bucket, and they sweep the floor. We're not doing it today. The man saw me several times after that. He said he never forgot that day. He was frightened because he thought that we were going to gang him. I said, no, he wasn't going to do that, but them days he was lucky. Madam Speaker, as I said, in politics, we all know we've been on both sides, opposition and in government. And we understand what that means. We are in adversarial engagement. He went one way, and I went the next. But I think he would say that we remain friends. That is what is important to me, and I believe to him as well. I wish him well in all things, Madam Speaker, he seeks to do. I'm most sorry. I won't apologize, but I'm most sorry I can't say as much for his party, particularly so over the next few weeks as they carry out their nocturnal duties. I wish him well, and I wish him Godspeed. I don't know that I can do all of that for his party. We will wait to see, Madam Speaker, what happens. I hear the member over there jesting about coalition. Never know. Madam Speaker, there are many things that I can say that we got done, and I'll speak about that in the next couple of minutes because it is pertaining to the work that we perhaps attempted to get done. We didn't get all of it done. Justice Legal Practitioners Bill, Madam Speaker, when we said we need to take the heat out of this, and three senior people, him, myself, and a member from the Deputy Speaker, first member from Bordentown, said, look, talk. That's what we need to sit down, consensus. And it started. And I think we've done the right things. But that was just one occasion. Several times in this house, in the heat of the day, in the adversarial life of politics. Mind you, I thought I wasn't going to say so, but I think I better. Never forget, Madam Speaker, 1998. There was a hot battle going on here between him and the then leader of government, Mr. Truman Bodden. Kurt went for lunch. We missed him. Couldn't find him anywhere. Came back. He was ready. And he stood up here. He started to point his finger at Truman and said, "Today is your day." And immediately, the leader of government business, you could see him start covering. And the member was ready for him. So after the exchange, we got it settled down. The whole government refused to move from their seat. They didn't know what had happened. And they called me over, me of all people. Said, "Mackie, you better go and talk to him, you know. You take him outside and talk to him." So they had done me enough. So when I got him outside, I said, "Kurt, they asked me to talk to you. Calm me down." But I said, "You go back and then give him a good flogging." We've had our days, good and bad. Madam Speaker, one of the younger colleagues is moving on. And he too we have had our differences in this political life. But I can say, so much so, that when he moved from the government, and I watched him in government, as I watched all the young people to see how they were going to behave, whether they were going to be the rabid political animals that I know that you can be when you're first elected and when you come out of campaign. It's still in you. And so I took my licks for the time being, but I watched all of them and see how they would progress. And I watched the member when he moved. I was surprised, Madam Speaker, but so much so that I said if he ran as an independent, I would not challenge him from my side. I know the government wasn't prepared to do that, but from my side, because I thought that what he was, not everything, because a lot of things I did not agree with the member, but a lot of things he was pushing could be done. And the truth is, a lot of it, if you check back in the Hansard, you will see that some of those things I have been pushing over the years. But he's a trained lawyer and so much more eloquent than me and could get his point across, I think, sometimes a whole lot better than me. And so I certainly want to thank him for the short period and say that I'm sorry to see him go to that extent, because we do need good young people in this legislature. Expectations are rising in this country, and we have to be concerned about who takes over from us. What is their caliber? How will they treat the people that we know we love? We get cussed. The first member from Georgetown, know what I'm saying, and others here, the member from Bordentown. It hurts at times when we hear that the things that we have said to each other, and particularly the things that people say about us. Well, they paint me up like Donald Trump. Now, you know I'm not Donald Trump. And they put me on the internet, and that's laughable. That's humorous. The things that are said otherwise, the accusations that are made otherwise, I beg us all of us are growing older. We don't need to get there. That does not help the country. That's why, Madam Speaker, I said in 2013, I would not go down that road. Madam Speaker, this House is prorogued tomorrow, dissolved tomorrow, sorry. I wish to thank my people of West Bay for their unstinting support over these 32 and a half years. I am particularly satisfied that in the 2013 election, when At 6 months before, I was maliciously, vindictively attacked and arrested by a pack of lies. The West Bay electorate saw through it and did what they did. Since 1984, they choose me as one of their representatives, and I will always and forever be thankful to those who loved me enough to believe in my honesty. The last 4 years was particularly challenging in opposition, as it was from 2009 to 2012. In 2009, we took over a government with a large budget deficit, according to the then financial secretary, verified by him. FCO had taken control of the budget, and they proved to be unrelenting in their interference, in their lies, and in their scheming, and in their outright unfairness by the then governor. They were unrelenting in pushing for taxation in this country that we know we could not sustain. Income tax, property tax, and VAT is what they told me. Get rid of 500 or 600 civil servants. And all I said was, not under my watch. It won't happen. And our country was on the gray list of the OECD. We were losing companies and financial services. And so, Madam Speaker, we were under much pressure. But we were stalwart enough to raise the necessary funding to take us out of it. And the country in 2012 ended up with a close, if not above, the surplus that was about the same as the deficit we had taken over. And, Madam Speaker, these past 8 years have been challenging, to say the least, for me. In spite of all that, in 2013, I became the leader of the opposition. And I was determined to conduct my opposition in a manner so not to be a killing machine, but give the government a wide berth as possible to conduct the country's business. The country had had enough bickering, fault-finding, accusations, and investigations, so I would not add to it. I'm here for 32.5 years. I will be seeking re-election. For those that ask me, why are you running again? I'll tell them, I repeated it often, what one good soldier in West Bay said to a challenger: I'm running to keep people like you out. So, Madam Speaker, I thank my thoughts directed to my friend, the first member from Georgetown. All that I've said comes from my heart. And I speak on behalf of my two colleagues in speaking to him. I wish both of them well and their families. God bless our Cayman Islands. And I'll say it again. I'm sorry that I can't say that I wish I would see all of you back. I want to see some of you gone. But I wish you well and Godspeed.
Can the chair express a sense of relief in that when you made that statement, you weren't looking towards the chair?
No, Madam Speaker. I don't know whether the chair is included in all that, in all this rumble and tumble.
I recognize the member from Easton.
I would take
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, this is the fourth time that I will be contesting an election from these hallowed chambers. It is the first time that I have had to stand here and say farewell to colleagues who were retiring from politics. Like the Premier said, it's not usual. I think the last person to retire from politics in Cayman was Mr. Norman. And that was 1992, as I recall. Thus paving the way for, help paving the way for my good friend from Georgetown to enter these hallowed halls. Madam Speaker, I do have some stories about this one Kurt Tibbetts. Some that I dare not repeat. And I certainly wouldn't in front of his two wonderful children and this country. And especially the one that is sitting in the chambers, Madam Speaker. I knew this child from time she was maybe 2, just barely walking. And she had this long blonde hair, and I nicknamed her Shaggy. And the son as well. Madam Speaker, sometimes it's in this life, despite your adversaries being your adversaries, you become saddened by their departure from the very job that you're adversarial in. I met Kurt Tibbetts a very long time ago, and I beg your indulgence to call him Kurt Tibbetts, because that's the closeness that he and I have attained over the years. Madam Speaker, in 1982, or 1980 it was, 81 November, my brother and I were importing 2 Corvettes, a black one and a white one. That does not indicate my age. I hope it doesn't indicate Kurt's age. At the same time, there was a move in the States called Smokey and the Bandit. And Kurt, who had been in real estate and stuff, bought one of those aftermarket cars, the Bandit. And all 3 of those cars came on the same boat. Same ship. Kurt's crated up, and I was in a container. Madam Speaker, we developed a friendship from that day on, because prior to that, I had been out to sea and only come home every now and again. And that friendship has lasted ever since. We have raced cars. We have gone out drinking. We have served in this house together. We have served in cabinet together, with him being the leader of government business. We have had parties at my house together with the now Premier driving the truck to go and get that infamous breadfruit for that infamous turtle meat dinner. We have shared many a day. Madam Speaker, but the one thing that Kurt Tippett always had was that ability to build consensus and that ability to break you down. Madam Speaker, I recall as a minister saying to my colleagues in cabinet, Kurt Tippett, Alden McLaughlin, Anthony Eaton, Charles Clifford, I'm not doing that. I'm not doing that. And left in a huff. Kurt Tippett asking for it to be deferred. I leave cabinet in a huff, and 4 o'clock on my window. Bobo, let's go for a little drive now. 4 o'clock in the morning. And we drive around this country. And before I get back, I said, okay, Kurt, if you want to do it, go ahead and do it. I ain't got no more to say about it. That's the Kurt Tippett I know. That's the person who this country can be proud that he served them. He would bring you them broken mangoes and tell you they were the best one because they drop off the tree first and had hit the ground. But it was always done with a good heart. He is the most selfless person I've ever seen serve in these chambers. Many a day, Madam Speaker, when the now Premier and myself would get in almost fist fight arguments, Kurt came to the rescue. The only thing he didn't have on was his striped shirt as the referee. He served his country well, no matter 4 years. He raised some wonderful children and has a wife that whilst he served, they supported him unconditionally, even though I know sometimes they were a little fed up with him serving. But they too shared this bigger than life man with this country. It's not often people walk away from this politics like the Premier said, Madam Speaker. It's not often. But like he also said, Kurt didn't want power for power's sake. He was not interested in that. He was satisfied with making someone else make the decision as long as we reach the correct spot. I recall negotiating with CUC and we reached a stalemate. And I said, Kurt, you need to deal with this, because I can't deal with it any longer. Because I'm going to make some decisions that this country and CUC and the government not going to like. All right, Bobo, I'll check you later. He picked me up 7, 8 o'clock that night from my home, and we drove at 5, 6 o'clock that morning. And I explained every technical aspect of that negotiation to him. The next day, the chairman of Fortis sat before us in cabinet, and Kurt brokered that stalemate. after he has an uncanny ability to understand and to grasp technical matters. But his abilities extend long and far beyond that. He has the ability to reach people. And he has this ability that he does not look at people as lesser than himself. Even though we know there will be greater and lesser people than ourselves, Kurt has this ability to explain things to people and bring it down to a level where everybody understands. And I'm sure all of us would love to have that ability. Madam Speaker, today I wish my friend Godspeed. I know he wants to pick up and spend more time with that food and that cooking and that fishing. After the last election, on the way down that night from East End, I called him about 1:30. First person I called. And he was at home. And he said he was heading back to town. And I said to him, Kurt, me and you will sit on the back bench and make these young boys run this country. You go north side and cook, and I'll go east and do some fishing. But we'll sit there. Lo and behold, that was not to happen. Today, we sit across from each other, but maintain respect for each other. And that's important to me. It's very important. Despite the many times we row, and you can't row with Kurt for too long. I wish you the best. You and your family, the best. You have served this country well. Madam Speaker, the day he was called and told that they were offering him OBE, I was in town and he called me, son, it's you. And I met him by Pasadora Place. I'll never forget it. There are certain things that you never forget. Like you tell me, jump on the Alden truck so we could go get them breadfruit for that turtle meat. And Madam Speaker, I got in. I said, what happening to you now? He said, boy, just call me, but you got to keep it quiet because they said I'm not supposed to tell anybody that they offered me OBE. I said, you call me, tell me that, Kurt, take it now. You deserve it. Those are the times that I will remember Kurt Tibbetts. And Madam Speaker, this one too. This one from Baden Town too. Madam Speaker, when I came into these hallowed halls in 2000 and I sat against this wall, there were 3 people there that are here now that had been there before me. The leader of the opposition, Kurt, and my friend from Baden Town, the first elected member from Baden Town. I have learned beyond measure from those 3. Within 6 months, the leader of the opposition sent me to St. Kitts to represent this country in CPA. And your good self was here too, Madam Speaker. I have learned much from the 4 of you. I came here with the leader of the Premier and the 4th elected member from West Bay. Madam Speaker, this journey has been a good one. I have learned much from you all. And the late Honorable Speaker Idnam Oil. Madam Speaker, again, I wish my friend well. He has a long journey in front of him. I'm sure he's going to enjoy that. Madam Speaker, let me now turn to this young man here who has today announced that he will not be contesting the elections. Madam Speaker, in all of those 16 and a half years that I have had the pleasure of serving the people of East End in particular and this country in general, there's 1.5 of those years, even though the Premier and I fought back to back in this House at times, the last year and a half, year and some, 3 months, has been one of the most enjoyable and educational time on this floor. And today, when Winston Cunliffe announced that he was leaving, it's a sad day for this country. Sad day when young, progressive, capable people leave these chambers voluntarily. Sad day for this country and its future. Madam Speaker, we need only look around us. There are some of us in here who will be moving on soon. And we need to leave space for those coming up. The experience that young man has gained over the last 4 years, and in particular over the last year, is phenomenal. His delivery, his understanding of procedures in this honorable House is beyond measure. I am only glad that I was part of that. I'm glad that I could show him some of the things that I have learned over the last 16 years. Madam Speaker, he knows his reasons for leaving at this stage. I wish him well. I wish him and his young family well. I know how difficult that is. This here is a sacrifice that we make for public service. Kurt Tibbetts has been here 24 years. At least one of his children is probably only about 2 years older than that. Yeah. Oh, 2 of them then. Close anyhow. Madam Speaker, that is a sacrifice we all have to pay, that we all signed up for. And I know what Winston is going through. I know what we all go through with young children. But it's an honorable sacrifice. It's a sacrifice that this country can say we did on their behalf. At the start of this session, I told the young ones coming in, do not allow anyone or any entity to define your political career. I think Winston did that. You can, despite many of us not wanting you to go, you can leave with your head high, son. You can leave with your head high. You advocated for your people and on their behalf. May you have smooth sailing and fair winds behind you, son. Madam Speaker, just the last thing to say is Thank you all, and let me thank the people of East End for this great honor of allowing me to serve for 16 and a half years as their representative. Tomorrow this House dissolves, and no one knows who will be returned here, despite what we believe or what we think. I have said from the day I entered here that no one should ever take me for granted nor underestimate my ability. I stood right there and said that. I also told the people of East End on the 7th day of November 2000, that night, that if they elected me on the 8th morning, I would advocate on their behalf. And if they elected me, I would consider it an unwritten contract that any side could break at any time. And when they break that contract, or I break that contract, I would leave these chambers with the same enthusiasm that I entered it with. Tomorrow, I become an ordinary citizen. No longer a public servant, public official. And I'm leaving these hallowed chambers tonight for dissolution tomorrow with the same enthusiasm I entered with it with on the 15th day of November 2000. This seat that we all sit in does not belong to us. It just happens to be the real estate of someone else. We are, but for a time, occupying it. And when the people of our respective constituencies wants their real estate, they take it. Do not believe that it's a given that we come back. But leave these hallowed chambers with the same enthusiasm and as gracefully as we entered it. The right to be here does not reside in me. It is but a privilege I am given through the people who has the right to their real estate. Madam Speaker, I thank them for giving me that privilege. And so much so for 16 and a half years. I would like to thank God Almighty for allowing me longevity and the people of East End to elect me. I want to thank my family who have always been there to defend me. And yes, Kurt, like yours, my children are a little Madam Speaker, I know that I would also like to thank your good self. I've learned much from you. I would like to thank you for the fairness in your rulings. I would like to thank you for your guidance. You know, I challenge procedures. Many times, I believe, while I have to bow to the ruling of the chair, I still don't believe it was right, but nevertheless, I got to bow to it. But that taught me some lessons too. politics have given me much lessons. You have been a part of that, haven't been here before me. And I want to thank you for your chairship, for now all night you talking, and because I talking now. You see how you goes on? Madam Speaker, you have been, in my view, a good speaker from that chair. Madam Speaker, I would like to thank the staff here for their candor, the manner in which they have treated me. They have been very helpful. I know many of them may think that I tend to lean towards one, who's Sharon Smith. I don't know, it just happened. No, it's not about vote. I never asked her once to vote for me. I know, but she has always been the one that I deferred to. Even when I came in here. Madam Speaker, again, let me, like the leader of the opposition, wish us all well, but I can't say that I would prefer to see all of that side back here. Despite our friendships. And I think people need to know that we respect each other as Caymanians first, and adversaries secondly. I wish a fond farewell to everyone. And then on the 25th morning, when the smoke is clear, we'll see who is returned. The only thing, Madam Speaker, the only constant in life is change. The only constant is change. And for my good friend, he has now changed to a new life. And this parliament, Madam Speaker, will change as a result of those two individuals leaving it too. So change is constant. I wish both fond farewell, and maybe you never want. May you never want to come back here either. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Recognize the third elected member from West Bay.
Madam Speaker, these past 4 years, the greatest honor bestowed upon me, I am very grateful for, to the people of West Bay, to the good God above. It has humbled me. And Madam Speaker, the first day I arrived, Mr. Tibbetts called me across there and he said, "Young man, I watched you grow up. I carried your father home." He says, "Don't make the mistake of other rookies." He says, "Be very respectful." He says, "We are all here for the betterment of the country." Yep. It made it easier that his daughter and my daughter, I would hear my daughter talking about his daughter at university. And I want to say, Mr. Tibbetts, you told me today, I listened. Thank you, sir. Good luck. Get that 5-gallon bucket, hit the beach, and catch as many snappers as you can. Madam Speaker, the fifth elected member from Georgetown, December 2015 it was. Madam Speaker, I said to him, explain this thing that's going to come up here that everybody's talking about, this legal practitioners bill. and about 9 hours on an uncomfortable flight that he had chosen. I should have insisted Ms. Zena do it my way, but no, I followed him. One uncomfortable flight. And since then, Madam Speaker, many a night, many a day, he took time out to explain this legal practitioner's bill. And then he told me one day something that showed, he said, but go and get the opinions of other lawyers. I did. He has become a friend, and there's some constants in his thing. His wife, and his children, and his father, and his mother, and his brothers. My brother, I do hope in the future you'll be remembered for what you stood for. Safe journey. Coming in here, Madam Speaker, my very first day, I also have to admit and apologize to you. I asked the leader of the opposition where was the restroom. He says, go through the door, the first left, and it's round the back. I went through Ms. Zena's office, and went to your office, ma'am. And came back, and he said, what you doing back here so quick? I said, I went to the bathroom. He says, where that is inside there where you see all the stuff hanging up. He says, you madman, that's Miss Julie's office. You can't go in there. It was nice to go in there for 5 minutes, ma'am. Thank you. To the gentleman sitting behind me, the first elected member from Bordentown, he said, you learn a lot more by listening. Don't come in here like the rest, some of these other ones, and beat up their gums all the time. If someone has said something and you agree with it, when it comes time to vote, vote. But these unnecessary, long-winded speeches, that don't help you very much. He was right. You learn a lot more by listening. To my two teammates, Cap, thanks for always telling me, wait, take some more notes. And to the leader of the opposition, who had a lot of patience with me, allowed me to be myself, did not, as some people like to talk about him, that he's a dictator and has to be his way. The very first day in here, I voted different from him. Didn't show me a different face. But the day that I abstained, he jumped down on me and said, always stand for something. Thank you, Mr. Leader of the Opposition, for your leadership, for leading, and for also allowing me to be myself. Madam Speaker, once again, I'll say to the people of West Bay, thank you for the greatest honor I think can be bestowed upon a man, and that is to represent your people, to represent your country, and sit in these hallowed halls. Thank you, and God bless, and good luck to everyone.
Recognize the fourth elected member from West Bay.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And Madam Speaker, I too would like to take a moment to pay tribute to Mr. Tibbetts. I remember when I came in here in 2000, and my first speech, or my first time standing to make a speech, I was very nervous. And he said, take your time, young man, take your time. I remember my first speech, and over the last 16 years and 4 months, I've gained a lot of respect for that gentleman. I've learned a lot from him. He's been a very patient individual, very knowledgeable, and he is always willing to share, always willing to give you advice. He's never one to jump to conclusions unless he hears both sides of the story. I want to say, Mr. Tibbetts, I thank you for all that I've learned from you. You've been a very influential person to me in these hollow chambers. And to the young man, Mr. Connolly, I've known his parents for a much longer time than I've known him, but nonetheless, I have a lot of respect for you. And I admire the way you conduct yourself as a legislator. I think you have a lot to offer the community, a lot to offer the people of the Cayman Islands. And I want to wish both of you Godspeed in all of your future endeavors. May God continue to bless you. And to my faithful people in West Bay, I want to thank you for allowing me to serve you for the last 16 years and 4 months. And I look forward to your support, God willing, come May 24th. And I just want to say thank you, and thank you again for believing in me. And like always, I will endeavor not to ever let you, the great people of West Bay, down. Thank you.
Recognize the fourth elected member from the District of Town.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, in honor of Mr. Tibbetts, I'm going to pick up the run rate now, so that pick up the run rate a little bit. I know we're all tired, but the fact that we've been here so long, and this has probably been the most difficult sitting for any of us, makes it even more bittersweet, because this is the last time we're going to assemble this together before the next election. But I didn't want to lose the opportunity to first stand here and thank God Almighty for getting me to this point in my life. This has been, I think, the opportunity of my lifetime. I have been honored to have been here the past 4 years, but I do want to also join in thanking Minister Tibbetts for his contributions to this country. He and I don't quite have the history that other members do, but and I'll be grateful for that. But I know that he and my father actually have some history, so that puts things in perspective for me. But I do know enough about the man to know how much he's contributed to this country, how much he's served his people, how well he's served his people, and I couldn't let the opportunity pass without thanking you, sir. I tend to stay away from goodbyes, Madam Speaker, because I get emotional, but I wasn't really shocked that when my comrade to my left announced today that he would be leaving politics, because he and I have discussed it a number of times, and I have been one of those people who have been trying to convince him to not leave, but I fully understand his reasons. And, he and I do have some history together now. He and I have been through some battles together. And it's funny that we started off, Madam Speaker, as opponents. I was campaigning against him, so to speak, in the beginning. And even further back than that, I recall a physical altercation a number of years ago. So we were in university then, so we have excuses for that. But that's how far, I won't go into detail, but that's how far back our history goes. And, to appreciate how far we have come, how much we've done together now, and how much I have grown to respect that gentleman, and how much I will miss having him continue this battle with me, because I do plan to continue, Madam Speaker. But I just wanted to also thank him for his contributions to this country. He has contributed a whole lot in a short 4 years. And I do respect and honor him for that. Madam Speaker, the member from East End left out a little bit of advice that he gave us. He did tell us when we first came in here as rookies to never let anyone define our political future. But he also gave me, I think he gave everybody the same advice. He said there are 3 people in this honorable house that you are to never mess with. He said the first one is Mr. Kurt Tibbetts, second one is Mr. Anthony Eden, and the next one is Mr. McKeever Bush. He said, do not ever tangle with them because they will send you home through the back road. And I now understand what he meant. I do have a lot of respect for all 3 of those statesmen. And, you know, they have equally contributed to this country and to helping us as young parliamentarians develop. So I wanted to especially single them out and thank them, as well as all other members of this House, Madam Speaker. We have gone through some good times and bad times, but I think the level of respect that we have for each other is still there, it's still intact. And that, you know, we're going into an election now and it'll get a little antagonistic at times, but I think that respect will carry through. I fully intend to carry it through. Madam Speaker, I entered politics a little naive 4 years ago, just about, but this has been a tremendous learning experience for me. As I said earlier, this has been the experience of a lifetime for me, and an honor to have been able to serve the Bordentown people in this honorable chamber and as their representative. And I look forward to continuing that. I understand now when they say, because it seems like from the outside like a glamour job. Seems like a nice thing to be doing career-wise, but I understand the word sacrifice now. I think all of us do. You know, we sacrifice family, time, things that we could be doing with our families, and, you know, personal development time and personal things that we could be doing for our country. And it's not easy. It's not an easy road, as my colleague has said here earlier today. But those of us that are minded to leave this place a little better than where we found it, take up this challenge. And you know, I want to encourage everybody here and those who are thinking about it to bear that in mind. It may seem like an easy job from the outside, but it's certainly not that when you get inside. So make sure you're prepared for that challenge. We do this for love of country, Madam Speaker. I know I can't think of any one individual in here who didn't do this for love of country. Madam Speaker, there are lots of issues that we still haven't conquered. As government and opposition, there are lots of issues that still remain on the forefront of our people's minds. There's lots of work still left to be done. I am one of those who has decided that I will continue to try to make people's lives better and to be a representative again. And I want to particularly thank my colleague, first elected member from Bordentown, for being my mentor throughout this 4 years. I have learned an unbelievable amount from him. I have learned so much about being a good representative, and hopefully I have demonstrated that. But I really wanted to thank him for the time he's taken and the patience he's shown as well in mentoring and guiding me along this journey. But I can't leave out my friend from East End and North Side as well, Madam Speaker. Past year has not been easy. And, you know, we support each other. We have had to support each other and work together. One thing I must say that I have now had the benefit of being on both sides of this honorable house. I've been in opposition and government. And there are members in the government side that I appreciate their support and guidance as well. Moving forward, Madam Speaker, I will be putting myself forward as a candidate in the constituency of Newlands. And I will ask my Bordentown people once again to support me. They took a chance on me the first time around. I was relatively unknown in politics. I had stayed out of politics for quite a while, although I did get a start just after university under the wing of Mr. Gilbert McLean and Mr. Roy Borden. But now I think that I have done enough to establish myself, and I will go out and try to become a representative once again for the people of Bordentown, in particular people in Newlands. So I want to thank all of my constituents for their support and for their belief in me, and for being willing to take a chance on a relatively unknown individual who had put themselves forward. You know, that meant a tremendous amount to me. But when you get that number of people willing to take a chance on you and put you in the position that you're in, and I hope that I've lived up to their expectations, and I'm certain that I will continue to do so, Madam Speaker. But I did promise I would keep it brief because I know there are other members waiting to speak and we're all tired. But I just wanted to, in particular, to thank my family for the support they've shown me, especially my two daughters, my mother, who acts as my political advisor from time to time, and she's one of those advisors you can't fire. So she she picks up the phone and calls, and you better answer. But I also wanted to thank you, Madam Speaker, for your guidance and your steadfast approach. And, you know, I don't think we've ever had an argument in here, Madam Speaker, over any ruling or any decision you've made. I've always found you to be fair and just. And I really want to thank you. You and I have had some conversations on other topics, and I always found you to be someone that was interested in what was happening with the members of this honorable parliament, and especially the younger members, and your guidance and trust in us. I really do appreciate, Madam Speaker. I also want to thank the staff of the Legislative Assembly. I know that even now, some of them are still here working away, supporting us, helping us. And, you know, their contributions to this country must also be acknowledged. Of course, all other members of this honorable house, you know, whether we're in opposition or government, thank you all for being my colleagues for the past 4 years. For those of us that make it back, hopefully I will be among them, and I look forward to working with you all again. Thank you very much.
I recognize the Honorable Minister for Finance.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, first I would like to say to the people of Georgetown, thank you very much for having taken a chance on me in 2013. It has been both an honor and a privilege to have served. Madam Speaker, with respect to served, for me this has been somewhat of a ministry. I think everyone should be grounded in something. I'm grounded in my faith. We are told that all authority is ordained by God to be servants of God. And therefore, for me, this is a ministry. Every Christian has a purpose in life. And we are told that they are given different gifts for different purposes. Some the gift of healing, some the gift of interpreting tongues, and others the gift of leadership for diligent governance. So I do this job the way I do it because to me it's a ministry. There are missionaries, there are evangelists, there are preachers, there are leaders in church. There are different gifts. For me, this is a ministry. And it's for that reason, Madam Speaker, that I never wavered from the way I do things, because I believe that if the Bible is correct, that all authority is ordained by God to be servants of God, then if I'm doing it to the glory of God, I have to do it in a particular way. Madam Speaker, I will say that in some respects, this job was more than I thought it would be. It has taught me a lot about people. I got to know many people, and some of them I will never forget. And some of them are here in this chamber as well. Some of them will make you laugh. Some of them will push you to the edge. Some of them will guide you, direct you, and some of them will truthfully annoy you. But Madam Speaker, I think over the last 4 years we have come to accept that, as several speakers have said this evening already, behind the adversarial politics is a deep level of respect and admiration for each other. And I think the member from East End probably said it best. We love and respect each other as Caymanians first and adversaries after. But Madam Speaker, we've come to the end of our 4-year term. For me, it's my first. For Mr. Tibbetts, his 6th, if my math is correct. And for some others, perhaps a bit longer, others a bit shorter. For me, this is my first. Madam Speaker, the question is, where do I go from here? And the truth is, I hope to return. And Madam Speaker, I will approach the campaign as I did in 2013, with faith, with self-respect, with dignity, with common sense, and with a desire to inform people so that on May 24th, they can make an informed decision. Madam Speaker, I'm not an entertainer. I do have a humorous streak to me, but I'm not an entertainer. I like a good joke, but my style is not to entertain people. It is to demonstrate to people that the country has many good people to offer, and I just so happen to be one of them. The job isn't easy. It takes time to do it properly. And it is a job that is worth doing properly. Because if we get it wrong, only the people of the country suffer. And the member from East End is correct. We derive great satisfaction from doing it properly. Madam Speaker, I came in, first time elected, and by the grace of God, I was given a very difficult job. I had the qualifications for it. But it was with faith that I approached the job. I believed that the Lord does not want the Cayman Islands to fail. And every day I went to my office believing that He would guide me and I would make the right decisions. And sometimes I fought for what I believed. Madam Speaker, I'm not the kind of person to make a lot of noise in the streets. But put me in an office and there's something to fight for, I'm going to fight for it. Madam Speaker, I don't know how many people realize it, but for all of us in this job, all of us as MLAs, whether we do a good job or we do a bad job, we receive the same pay for for the job we're doing. So there was no incentive for me to do, there was no greater financial incentive for me to do a great job, and there was no penalty other than perhaps not being re-elected if I did a lousy job. So, Madam Speaker, it was for love of country that I wanted to do the best job that I could do. Madam Speaker, there are 7 single-member constituencies in Georgetown. I hope to be re-elected on May 24th. But unfortunately, I can only represent 1 of the 7. And Madam Speaker, wherever I am, wherever I'm elected, whichever constituency I am allowed to represent, I want the people of Georgetown to know, to believe, and to remember that wherever I am, they can still come to me as one of their representatives. Madam Speaker, in February 2014, approximately 8 months after we had taken office, the member from East End moved a motion to accelerate the implementation of one man, one vote and single-member constituencies. And Madam Speaker, I remember giving a detailed, rational speech as to why I would vote no against the motion, and I did vote no against the motion. And Madam Speaker, at the time, I said that if it had come too early, then being human, one would be tempted to select a particular constituency and then not give good representation to the remaining 6 constituencies that you obviously would not have chosen. Madam Speaker, I wanted to ensure that I did no such thing. And for the 4 years, I have done my best to ensure that I gave effective, fair, and equal representation to the entire district of Georgetown. And as a minister in cabinet, as best I could to the entire country. Madam Speaker, in a few weeks, I will stand on a platform and I will say to the people that I've done my job well. And by many accounts, Madam Speaker, there are many who would agree that I did my job well. First and foremost, because I saw it as a ministry, my priority was to glorify the Lord. And I thought that if I did that, then I would not displease anyone. And Madam Speaker, because I think I got my priorities right, today, the Lord has blessed me with options. Today, Madam Speaker, I can only choose one. But because I had the good sense not to alienate any group, any corner of Georgetown, I am able, if the need arose, to represent any of the 7 constituencies. But Madam Speaker, that is politics. But on a personal level, despite the fact that I've done my job, done it well, to the glory of God and the benefit of the people on the Cayman Islands, I am most proud of the fact that I've remained true to my faith and my principles. Madam Speaker, I'm a very friendly person. I see you, I greet you, but I keep just a few friends. I like quality above quantity. And I promised my friends that I would not change. And thankfully, I have not changed. I'm still the honest, straightforward, humble person that I was before I was elected. I'm still approachable. I'm still friendly. And my family is still my priority. As much as I enjoy doing my job, I enjoy more being with my wife and 3 children. But I realize that you have to balance life. I believe in a good work-life balance. So, Madam Speaker, having remained true to my faith and principles, the only change that I've made after the 4 years is that I am more experienced, more competent, and therefore, Madam Speaker, even more capable of representing the people of the next constituency that will elect me on May 24th. Madam Speaker, I've learned a lot from the people in this honorable house, and I call it honorable because, for the most part, we have all behaved as honorable men and women. There were times when perhaps some of us did not, but for the most part. I want to thank my colleagues. Madam Speaker, I want to wish them well. As has been said before, this is a sacrifice. People don't say anything bad about you until you come in here. Many of us are very capable men and women. We left what we were doing to come here because we thought this was more important. And as the leader of the opposition said before, it hurts when people say cruel and rude things about you. Some of them don't even know you. Some of the things they say aren't even true. But because they have the ability to hide behind an electronic medium, they say cruel things about us. Madam Speaker, I think I can say without fear of contradiction, there isn't anyone in this chamber today who has come here to deliberately do something to destroy the country and make the lives of the constituents, the residents, and the citizens of this country worse than they were before they came here. So, Madam Speaker, at this time now, I will turn my attention to the Honorable Kurt Tibbetts. Madam Speaker, I used to see Mr. Tibbetts when I was a child. Mr. McLean, the member from East End, spoke about his Trans Am, the Bandit. I think he said he had 2 of them. And I remember him as a child. I never had much contact with him. I was never a person to try to befriend politicians. I always saw them at a distance and kept them at a distance. But Mr. Tibbetts is a different kind of person. So I want to take this opportunity to wish him well and say, Madam Speaker, that may the good Lord continue to bless him with good health, strength, and long life, so that he may enjoy his retirement and the time that he wishes to spend with his wife, his children, and his grandchildren, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the truth is I will miss Mr. Tibbetts. Even as I'm speaking now, I am becoming emotional. Madam Speaker, he has the biggest heart of anyone that I know. I will go so far as to say that he is generous to a fault. But I will also say that my only complaint right now is that when he leaves me with no one else to fight with. Because I have become accustomed to fighting with Mr. Tibbetts. We have the kind of relationship that he and I can quarrel, and at the end of the day, neither of us is vexed with the other. And Madam Speaker, for those who know me, there are some times when I just need to tell you what I need to tell you. And for some reason, Mr. Tibbetts was always the person who would come and bring it out at me. So I'm going to miss him. So he leaves me with no one else to fight with. But Madam Speaker, I also want to thank you, because I agree with the member from East End. You have done a sterling job in your capacity as Speaker of this House. You were very patient with us. You enabled us to become comfortable with the rules and procedures of this House. And you enabled us to learn how to do our jobs. And I sincerely hope, Madam Speaker, that God will return those of us whom He chooses. Because the truth is, the election is on May 24th, but God has already decided who returns. But I sincerely hope that we will accept His will, come what may. And Madam Speaker, that you would be one of them. That you can continue to serve the people of Cayman Brac and Little Cayman as well as you have for all of these years. And Madam Speaker, with those words, I thank you.
Recognize Honorable Deputy Premier.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I will try to get a little closer to the 5 minutes that you had allotted for everyone.
I was wondering if members had heard.
Madam Speaker, this is the 12th year for me and the third dissolving of a parliament that I've served in. And I owe thanks to God, and I owe the thanks to the people of Cayman Brac and Little Cayman for allowing me to sit in one of their seats that they have in this honorable house. For that, Madam Speaker, I will always be grateful. I believe that it has been something that very few people have the honor to represent and to accomplish and to do things that the people want you to do and expect you to do and that you feel that you're capable of doing. Madam Speaker, I want to thank
my committee, the members on my committee, and the work that they put in the community and the work and the help that they have given me personally and the time they've put in. My family, I owe them the patience and the time that they have given me to do this for my country. My mother, 90 years old, who never misses the radio when the legislature is on, so I have a reference point if there's something I need to know about what somebody said. She can usually remember it. And I certainly have to thank Kathy, my wife, for seeing me leave on Monday and come back on Friday when it's a good week. Madam Speaker, I want to thank you. I remember when you were first the Deputy Premier, and you said to me one day, we were having a conversation, you said, it is a job that you have to leave Cayman Brac, your home. You have to leave your family. You have to leave your constituents. You have to take on a responsibility that takes you away from them and brings you to Cayman. And when you're in Cayman, you're here with friends and with family, but there's nothing like when you're at home with your close family. And it's a sacrifice that until you do it, you can never understand it. And I say to you tonight, Madam Speaker, thank you for the time that you have done that, because you have done it for many more years than I. But with the position of Deputy Premier for the last 4 years, I can certainly say that the honor has come with hard work. And I have done what I believe is a good job. I've certainly done my very best to give my time not only to Cayman Brac and Little Cayman, but to the country itself, and take the responsibility that I've been so fortunate to have the opportunity to act in the position and fulfill it. When I think about Cayman Brac and Little Cayman, and I think about the single-member constituencies, it's an easy conversation because for all of us that know Cayman Brac and Little Cayman, you realize we are like the rest of the country. We are dependent on East and West. East is our cargo port, and everything that comes in to Cayman Brac has to come over the cargo port, and that is in the Eastern District. So the responsibility that lays there with that representative takes a tremendous amount of effort to make sure that it continues to work properly and the people receive the benefit. The West is the airport. So an island has two modes. One is by air and one is by sea. So you can start seeing the connectivity and the importance of those two representatives being joined at the hip and understanding what Cayman Brac and Little Cayman need and working together to make sure that it continues to grow in a sustainable way. And if we look at phase one, that I think that you and I have accomplished a lot in these 4 years, and moving into the second phase of how we develop Cayman Brac and Little Cayman and move it into the next phase of its development. So, Madam Speaker, I look forward to the days ahead. I expect to contest for a seat in Cayman Brac and Little Cayman and look forward to the campaign. I look forward to the days and the interaction and being home, and as we say, to catch up and be able to spend more time with the people that we so dearly love and want to be with. Madam Speaker, I want to take the opportunity to say to this fraternity that is in this House, starting with the opposition, that I believe that my relationship with each person in the opposition is a friendship. It's a respect. It is, as has been said before, certainly understanding that we are Caymanians together trying to do the best we can for our country. I have a really good time with the opposition members. I'm still working on the member from East End and the member from North Side to make sure they understand that you can't drive to Cayman Bracken, Little Cayman, you have to fly there. And we, I know, taking a chance. But that's the kind of camaraderie. And what absolutely shocks people is when I tell them about when we have lunch together and the conversations and the friendships that develop. I want to also thank my colleagues on this side, Madam Speaker, the government front bench and back bench, the Deputy Governor and the Attorney General, the government members that I have been so fortunate to be able to serve with and to accomplish and to work hard to make sure that we were able to do the things that we'd set out to do to stabilize the country, to bring us back into compliance with the UK, to turn our economy around, to get our tourism product heading in the right direction, to stabilize the financial industry. A lot of things that we certainly don't need to go into tonight, and we'll have time for that, Madam Speaker. I want to also thank the staff here at the LA. Quite obviously, they've really had to put in a lot the last 3 weeks and stay here with us late. And I know that it's taken time away from their home life as well, so I say a very big thank you to them and all that they've done for us. I want to also thank my ministry and the statutory authorities that my ministry has responsibility for and the work that they have done. And of course, Madam Speaker, the district administration of Cayman Bracken, Little Cayman, and the extra effort that they have put in with what is needed and basically being 2 islands 60 miles away and the extra effort that it takes for that. But they've all certainly put in their time and helped. Madam Speaker, I want to now center the rest of my 5 minutes on the fifth elected member from Georgetown. I was absolutely shocked today when he said he's not going to run again. I too am one of the ones that believes that the young blood that came in here was smart, successful, intelligent, and had a lot to offer. I knew him before he was elected and we served together, but I didn't know him the way I know him now. And I can truthfully say that I've really enjoyed getting to know you. Beautiful family. I can see the sacrifices that they have given up for you spending the time here and serving Georgetown. But I look at it that I've made I've developed more of a friendship than I had with him before. So for that, I'll always be grateful, and I wish you the very best in your future endeavors. And Madam Speaker, it wouldn't be a good night if I couldn't thank the first elected member from Georgetown. I think that I will be able to claim the title of knowing him the longest. I won't talk about his age or my age, but I will say that the times I remember that was, these people have talked about all of the things that the Premier said was known as a spree boy. But my memory starts with a foundation that didn't point him into the direction of a spree boy. It started with Reverend Lee King. And he tried his best. He used to take us spearfishing and show us different things around the 3 churches that he had at that time. Reverend King is gone now, but I believe tonight, Minister, he'd be extremely proud of you, and he would be extremely proud of what you have done for this country and the life that you have lived. And I know that he's looking down and feeling quite comfortable. You are a good husband. You are a good father. You are a good brother. And I thank your children that are here and the one and the wife that's not here for lending us your father for a little while, because I know you've done without him for quite a bit of time while he gave it to the country. And the country will always be indebted to you for that. So thank you. He's been a moral compass for I would say everyone here, which has been mentioned before, but he's a very interesting guy from the standpoint of, if anyone has ever talked to him on the phone, you know he never talks to you for more than 1 minute. But the challenging part is, no matter what you say, he remembers it forever. And he always finishes the conversation with I'll get to it, I got it. And sure enough, when you think he's forgotten, about 2 weeks later, he calls you and he'll say, in that minute capsule, I dealt with it. So thank you, Minister, for all those times that when you weren't arguing with Minister Archer, you called to say, I dealt with it. History will record D. Kurt Tibbetts in a very good way for this country. It will record the things he did, the successes he had, and most importantly, the way he led this country and left it a much better place than he found it, which is what he set out to accomplish. Madam Speaker, I take this opportunity to say that not only could D. Kurt Tibbetts run wherever he wanted in Georgetown and win, as the Premier said, but I'm quite certain that there are many other places in the Cayman Islands that he could run and win, because you are dearly loved by many more constituencies than Georgetown. And I don't think I'm bold at all in saying that you are loved throughout this country. I wish you the very, very best in the future, my good friend.
I recognize the first elected member from Bordentown, followed by the sixth elected member from Georgetown.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It was suggested that I go later, but as the father of the house by age, I might doze off before those young Turks finish their goodbyes and best wishes to their constituents and the people of the Cayman Islands. Certainly is an honor and privilege, Madam Speaker, to have served here in these last 4 years with some of the brightest minds in the Cayman Islands. I'm proud of every one of them. I must say to my friend, I call him D. Kurt Tibbetts, so on and so forth, I call him KT. I've known him for a long time. He's been a stalwart in this parliament. Man among men, generous to a fault. My question is, will I still get my Christmas beef? It has been an honor and privilege to serve with you in here, in Cabinet, and has been alluded to your leadership capabilities. My other good friend, the fifth elected member from Georgetown, every time he get up, it would surprise me with vision, the knowledge he had. Just to share with you briefly, when he and I sat on that side, he and I talked a lot. And after my decision was made to leave the PPM, I was leaning over talking to him and told him it was nice working there with him. Little did he know or realize that it was me leaving at that time and not him till some time later. I wish God's blessing on all of you. Madam Speaker, I want to take this opportunity to thank you as Madam Speaker. I've learned a lot from you, your belief, your faith, and you always seem to know the right time to come in to save me when I was in the chair in any difficult position. And Madam Clerk, thank you for your guidance, Sharon, and all the members of the staff of this Legislative Assembly. I want to thank all of my colleagues for the respect that they showed me when I sat in the chair as Speaker. It meant a lot to me. I want to thank the Sergeant at Arms in his way that he dealt with in this House and got things done. Madam Speaker, the time has come to share with, as you know, any decision I make. In politics, I do it here. To share with you and this House and the listening public that I've been humbled by the numerous calls, the overwhelming number of people from every district in these Cayman Islands asking me to reconsider my decision to run again for the Parliament. Discussed it with my wife. I haven't had time yet with some of my family to take that decision to run one more time. Madam Speaker, I will run as an independent and not join any party or group. But if the people of Bordentown, and specifically the area I will run, is where I live in the district of Savannah, if they see fit to elect me for the 7th time, I will do what I've always done in the past, work to best of my ability for the people, not only of that district, but as I've done in the past for all of the Cayman Islands. I need not to tell you all some of the accomplishments and to remind some of the young ones that will be not necessarily young but are coming on board to run what I've been able to accomplish by bipartisan. And this is one of the things, Madam Speaker, I always respect the first elected member from Georgetown, my friend KT. When we were building the hospital, it was him and Roy, and I also see my other friend, a former health minister up there. When we were building the hospital, whatever we did, they were some of the first to know what we were doing with that hospital. Not only that hospital was built, Madam Speaker, but a district health center was built in every district. West Bay was completely renovated. And Mr. Deputy Premier, we did a lot of work in renovations on Faith Hospital in Cayman Brac. It is now being said that it is now time that the old dogs go back to their kennels. Madam Speaker, I can go back to my kennel, but I just want to remind them that coming in here, it is working together in unison, and it's for the people of these Cayman Islands. It's not what we see or what we feel, but working together. And it's the people of the Cayman Islands with the help of God. I would like to remind them what Ronald Reagan said when he was running for the presidency. I don't want to hold my age as a factor against those who wish to challenge me. I'm in my 7th decade, Madam Speaker, and within weeks of the next election, God's willing, it'll be 72. But if it's His will, and we can talk and we can run about and have all the meetings we want, but that decision has already been made. He knows who will go where and when. The most important thing is to make things right with Him. In closing, I guess getting close to that 5 minutes, I want to thank my wife and dedicated family, my wife of almost 45 years. I want to thank all the people of Bordentown who are an extension to my family. And most people know how we grew up together. We had the plantations, they had the fish, conch and lobster, and we used to trade back in those days. We've grown always as a family unit in all of Bordentown. I want to thank my Heavenly Father for what He has done for me, the health He has given me. And I ask for His guidance as we go forward, not only for me, but all of my colleagues in here and all of the Cayman Islands. I want to thank and the overwhelming support from the Christian community, Madam Speaker, above all. the Ministers Association, the Seventh-day Adventist Conference. I know the prayers that they have been sending up for me. And I can tell you, I've been written to way back when. I have not even said back to them that I'd changed my mind. Up until that time, I was not convinced that I would run again. But I want to thank all the people of these Cayman Islands for the faith they've had in me, Madam Speaker. And the last item I would like to read is when as you know, I've served almost 12 years in the cabinet as health minister. This is a note from Pan American Health Organization. Honorable Anthony Eden, OBEJP. On behalf of the Pan American Health Organization, World Health Organization, PAHO, WHO, and myself, I would like to extend our sincere thanks and appreciation for the support you have provided for the work of PAHO during your tenure as Minister of Health in the Cayman Islands. During your term as the Minister of Health, you demonstrated great interest, leadership, and commitment in the development of health in your own country, as well as the health development of the wider Caribbean region. Please be assured that you will always be held in the highest esteem by me personally and by the organization in general. Director Murta Roses Periago. Madam Speaker, it's been a pleasure serving my people, and if they so wish, I will be available in the upcoming election. May God bless us all.
I recognize the sixth elected member from Georgetown. I'd ask the Deputy Speaker if he would take the chair for about 5 minutes, please.
Please continue, sixth elected member from Georgetown.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'll try to pick up the run rate here a little bit. And however, this does remind me a little bit about playing dominoes with the first elected member from Georgetown, the Honorable Minister for Planning. Every time you tie the game, you have to start over, and he's not stopping until he beats you 6-love. It could go until 3 or 4 in the morning, but the result has to be a 6-love. Mr. Speaker, it certainly has been an opportunity to have, and I've been honored to have the opportunity to serve the people of the Cayman Islands, and in particular to act as a representative and to serve the people of Georgetown. Mr. Speaker, through God, I have remained true to myself and have made the commitment and have been able to uphold the commitment I made to my family to ensure that I isolate them from some of the not so nice parts of this profession, and that I continue to honor my responsibility to my family and to spend that time with them. And I thank the people of Georgetown, and I thank my colleagues who sometimes I made that decision that I am sorry, but I do have to go and spend some time with my family. Mr. Speaker, I have thoroughly enjoyed the past 4 years serving here in this honorable house, and I have created some new friendships throughout the island, but in particular in Georgetown. And in fact, Mr. Speaker, I might say I've been adopted by a few families. It certainly has, including those who insist on fattening me somehow by cooking soup and other treats for me on a regular basis. But it has certainly also been an honor to serve with colleagues here in this honorable house. And I just want to say to them, thank you for the respect given to me over the past 4 years, and I hope that you feel that I have given you the same respect as you have awarded me. I will be contesting the elections in May, Mr. Speaker, and no matter what constituency, God's willing that I may be elected in, I look forward to serving all of the people of Georgetown and continuing to grow those relationships with my people here in Georgetown and, in fact, in serving the Cayman Islands. Mr. Speaker, it would be remiss of me not to express my gratitude to the Honorable Deputy Premier and the Minister for Tourism for allowing me to serve as his counselor. It has been a very rewarding 3 years and several months serving as a counselor for tourism. As the Honorable Minister have included me in every aspect of the operations of the ministry. In fact, he often booked me into every one of his meetings when I had my own meetings as well. So we would play revolving doors within the ministry. I'd go in one and come out the other and just move around. But I thank the minister for the opportunity to serve with him and the education that it has provided me and the ability, Mr. Speaker, to make mistakes and then turn around and say, well, it's the minister. It's getting the experience without the responsibility at the end of the day to answer to those who, to the critics and to answer to the people of the country. Mr. Speaker, also working along with the Honorable Minister for Tourism, have served as an example for me as to what it is to serve your people with integrity. In fact, I always felt confident that I never had to go out and defend the minister or to defend any of his actions. I always had the confidence to know that I was serving not only with the Minister for Tourism as a man of integrity, but in fact, all of my colleagues within the government, including all of my colleagues within the government, I felt very comfortable. And one of the most rewarding aspects of the 4 years is that I didn't have to worry about defending the integrity of anyone within the government. And that was extremely important to me and one of my greatest concerns and one of the most important reasons I chose to serve with the people that I served with. Keeping the pace, Mr. Speaker. Moving on to the Minister for Planning, the Honorable D. Kurt Tibbetts. I got that wrong once and I won't ever get it wrong again. It is said that real integrity is doing the right thing, knowing that nobody's going to know whether you did it or not. And that is the Honorable Minister for Planning. He will always do the right thing, and he will do it without anyone knowing, and he cares not if anyone ever finds out. I have seen him prove that, or he has proven that to me over and over again, even times when I have questioned him and said, do you realize that that gentleman has no kind words towards you, sir? He goes, well, yeah, but that's okay. It doesn't change who he is. I have known the Honorable Minister for most of my life, growing up in the Lions Club. And later on, when I had my youth football program over on Eastern Avenue, the minister was not in politics then. But each year, he volunteered to buy the football boots for the young men who couldn't afford to purchase football boots. That is the gentleman that we're talking about. For no reward. He was nowhere near politics at the time. He was running his business, Prestige Printers, but every year I could rely on him to assist me in purchasing football boots for the young men that couldn't afford them. After we got elected, Mr. Speaker, and we started our work, I would just get these messages or phone calls. Minister wants to see you. Mr. Tibbetts is looking for you. So I'd walk over to his office and he would say, here, call this person. Or here, you're speaking at this funeral. Or here, go and look for this person. I said, but what is going on here? You know, I was just going and going and going. And it wasn't until later on that I realized that he was passing the torch in a sense. But Mr. Speaker, I could never take that torch. For the little bit that he gave me, if that's, which I know is just a little bit, it would take all of us, all 7 representatives coming up in Georgetown, to be able to carry the torch that I know the Honorable Minister carried throughout his service to this island. I have to tell you a couple of jokes, Mr. Speaker. One was in 2004, I had a trip planned to Yemen. And I discussed it with my parents out of respect, as it could be considered a very dangerous country. And I ran into the Honorable Minister one evening, and he says to me, what's this I hear about you going to one of them funny places? And I said, you mean to Yemen? He said, yes. He said, you're worrying your papa to death. If you go and you live to come back, I can kill you. So I did take his warning. It certainly was one of the deciding factors in me not going, and it turned out that, you know, we were hit by Hurricane Ivan during the time that I would have been off island. And so, you know, I thank him. God had a plan there, and I would have hated to have been over in Yemen so far away with the devastation that happened here in Cayman. Another time, Mr. Speaker, which is going to trouble me now, because for many, many years I struggled with how to address the honorable member, and being in his colleague in government, it was easy to say minister, you know, and Mr. or honorable minister, and I could address him that way. But it all started from when I was a very young age. He had been out fishing with my father and other members of the Lions Club, and they'd come back to clean fish in our backyard, and I went running out to see what they'd caught, and I was standing there, and my father went inside to get the knives and whatever, and I said, Mr. Tibbetts, what y'all got? So who you calling Mr. Tibbetts, boy? Kurt. So a few seconds later, actually, I said, so Kurt. And my father had walked up at the same time, whap, in the back of my head. That's Mr. Tibbetts to you, boy. And so I've always struggled with addressing him with anything other than Mr. Tibbetts. But I can say this with all honesty. Going forward, I have no issue continuing to call you honorable, as you so deserve it, sir. In winding up, Mr. Speaker, I just want to say to the honorable member, happy fishing, good cooking, and I hope you still invite me to play dominoes. And to his family and to Miss Shirley Ann, congratulations, and I figure within a few months you'll be ready to send him back to us in some small capacity of some sorts, and we'll be happy to take him in that sense. Mr. Speaker, I also want to take the opportunity again to thank all of the colleagues here in the Legislative Assembly, to thank the LA staff, the staff here, Madam Speaker, for all of the work that they do to support us and to guide us. All of the little things from Ms. Anita ensuring that we're well fed and well refreshed, to Sarge ensuring that we're secure here and that the program runs as it should run. And Mr. Speaker, to my colleague, the 5th elected member for Georgetown, I'll give you a shout after 3 o'clock on Wednesday. We'll do the thank yous then. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and God bless everyone.
The Honorable Minister of Education.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, I also rise to acknowledge and to publicly thank the, in particular, constituents of the District of West Bay for giving me this awesome privilege, honor, and responsibility to serve them as one of their members in this most honorable House. Madam Speaker, I also want to thank the Premier and the government for which I continue to serve with for giving me the opportunity to be a minister and to serve the country as a member of the executive and being able to impact national policy and decisions at that level. Mr. Speaker, I've said it many times before in this House, but I certainly want to say it again. I am truly thankful for the trust, for the confidence, for the support, and for the love shown to me by the constituents of the District of West Bay for placing their faith in deciding to essentially do something that wasn't, to my knowledge, hasn't been done in the district for at least 3 decades. And that is voting to split their vote and to vote in a way that has given the district the level of representation that it has which I believe it has wanted for a number of years. And certainly, Madam Speaker, I am very thankful for the support that I received from all corners of West Bay, from all socioeconomic groups, from all political persuasions, be it supporters of independence, supporters of the UDP party, as well as supporters of the PPM party. And so, Madam Speaker, it has really been a privilege, an honor, and as I said, a great responsibility to represent the many people, the many interests that I represent, being the independent member from the District of West Bay, serving as a part of the government. Madam Speaker, I made a commitment to the people of West Bay when I asked them to place their trust in me in giving me the opportunity to serve as their elected representative. I made a commitment that I would serve the country to the best of my ability with whomever they wanted and they wished me to do so. And so, Madam Speaker, on the 27th of May, 2013, when going back to my constituents before making any decisions about where I should serve in this honorable House, it was clear that my constituents sent me to Georgetown, as we say in West Bay, to accept the offer that was made to serve as a member of the cabinet in the government. Madam Speaker, I have truly tried from day one to fulfill that commitment to serve the people of this country, because as upon assuming a member of cabinet, I am a representative for the District of West Bay, first and foremost, but at the same time, I assumed that national responsibility. So taking on the view to making sure that I serve the people of the country as a whole to the best of my ability. Madam Speaker, as a country, as a government, as a particular administration, we've seen many experiences. We took office at a time where the country was at a very critical stage with respect to the state of the local economy, with respect to employment, with respect to concerns related to a number of areas, cost of living, etc. And Madam Speaker, when we had the movement across the aisle, Madam Speaker, by some of the members who were with the government at the time, there were lots of questions. And again, Madam Speaker, hearkening back to the various constituency groups, even within the constituency that I represent, people that supported me across the various spectrums, or the spectrum. There were those that fully supported that decision 110%. And there were those that questioned the decision for me to stay and remain as a part of the government. And there were many various accusations and, various concerns expressed. And as I said to many of them at the time, Madam Speaker, and I want to say publicly on air today, because, Madam Speaker, my decision, as in all of my decisions taken as a representative of the people of West Bay, but also the people of this country, has been always, is it in the best interest of the people and the country? And so, Madam Speaker, in deciding to, as several people put it, to hold the government together, I not only held the government together, Madam Speaker, I held the country together. And Madam Speaker, that was an awesome responsibility that I do not, and I, to this day, still do not take lightly. Because, Madam Speaker, I realized at that time the balance, not just the balance of power, but the balance of the stability of the country depended on the decision that I took, or that I was to take. And so, Madam Speaker, I have tried my best to consistently take a position that puts the country first in all of my decisions as minister and as the representative for the District of West Bay. And so I know some persons may still have had questions about why I made certain decisions. And so, Madam Speaker, I wanted to make that very clear, that by doing what I was asked to do back in May 2013, I have done so with a view to ensuring that the country succeeds. Because, Madam Speaker, if the government doesn't succeed, by extension, the country cannot succeed. And so, Madam Speaker, I want to thank all of those constituents who have continued to support me as a representative, and even who during that very tumultuous time may not have understood at the time the decision taken, have now come to realize the benefit of doing what was done in order to ensure the continuity of the country, the stability of the country. We were just coming out of the remnants of the recession. The economy was just coming and starting to really take a confident stride on the upswing. And so, Madam Speaker, as I said, decisions were made as they have always been made in what is for the best interest of the people of this country. And so, Madam Speaker, I want to thank, in particular, my committee members who have supported me over the years, from from helping me to get elected in a monumentous election in the first place. Madam Speaker, I certainly couldn't have done it without them, and I am eternally grateful for all of the support that they gave, that they continue to give, and that will hopefully continue into the next election to come, even though many of them are not in the area that I will be contesting. I know the support is still very much there, and I very much appreciate it, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I want to thank my committee and supporters for standing with me during the many challenging times that I have faced as an elected representative in this honorable House. Madam Speaker, I want to thank them for standing with me at the district level and assisting me to stay connected by extension when many times the national commitments did not permit me to be on the ground to the extent, in some cases beyond the weekly constituency clinics that is I held, and I'm very happy to be able to say that from the inception of my term in office, I've been able to hold weekly constituency clinics in the District of West Bay, which were faithfully held. But outside of that, there were periods of time where my responsibilities at the national level kept me in Georgetown, so to speak. And so, Madam Speaker, I want to thank those hardworking committee members, volunteers, who worked with me, especially from the very beginning, 1st of January 2014, where we launched the first inaugural Old Time New Year's Family Fun Day in West Bay, Madam Speaker. People who have willingly given of their time, their energy, and enthusiastically doing so to give up their public holiday to serve the people of the District of West Bay. And Madam Speaker, this has now certainly become one of the highlights on the annual calendar in West Bay, because it serves people from all walks of life in the district, all ages, as well as all areas. It is the one time where families can come together to socialize, to bring in the start of a new year on a very positive note in a district that often gets a negative rap. And so, Madam Speaker, it was absolutely critical for me as one of the representatives for the district to be able to bring something to highlight and focus and develop the positivity that I am so proud of as being a daughter of the soil from very humble beginnings in the district, but also to be able to share what we have to offer as our culture to the young generation, and to promote and support our elderly people in the community, giving them a sense of value and appreciation to carry on the traditional arts and crafts as well. Madam Speaker, I want to thank the staff of the Ministry of Education, Employment and Gender Affairs. During my time as minister, and will continue, I guess, until the new government is sworn in, and with God's help and the support of my constituents, I hope to be another member in this honorable House come May 24th. But I want to thank the members of the ministry, in particular the staff of the ministry and all of the various departments, the agencies, the schools, and all other staff in between for their hard work, their dedication, their commitment to carrying out the very ambitious, very driven the policies and the agenda which was pretty much articulated to them since day one and have been ever since. And Madam Speaker, it is because of their commitment, their dedication, that we as a ministry have been able to accomplish so very much across all of the subject matters contained within the ministry on behalf of this government administration, Madam Speaker. And so I want to ensure that the hardworking civil servants know that I very much appreciate all that they have done and all that they will continue to do to ensure that what we have started and what we have been implementing will be carried through with fidelity and enthusiasm. Madam Speaker, I also now want to turn my attention to thanking some individuals in the chamber, starting with the longest serving member who will be demitting office at the end of this term, and that being the first elected member for the District of Georgetown, the Honorable Minister for Planning, Works, Land, Agriculture, and maybe other things, infrastructure. I'm sure I'm missing something. But, Madam Speaker, I certainly, as other members in here, don't have necessarily the length of tenure of serving or even knowing the minister. But I can say the very short time that I've had the privilege of serving with him as a member of cabinet has been a very insightful and a very instructing one. And Madam Speaker, I know he's going to miss me. He might not admit it on the mic, but I know he's going to miss me. Because, Madam Speaker, he never fails to give me a hard time at every opportunity. Yeah, I think I'm going to kind of miss him too, you know, the playful teasing, the banter, the riding my case at times, the tempering my enthusiasm when we have our very spirited debates behind closed doors. Those, Madam Speaker, are all signs of affection. And I want to say publicly to the minister, because I'm not sure if I even said privately, to be honest, how much I thank him for all that he's done in helping to groom me into becoming the leader, becoming the representative that I have become. And I know he has had a tremendous impact on helping to shape and mold to some degree, to help harness in a positive way many of what some people in this chamber has termed the young Turks among us. And so, Madam Speaker, I just again want to wish him all God's blessings. And if he really is looking for some place to carry that Christmas beef or those ground provisions because he's just got so much, because he has so much time on his hands, my door is always open to accepting those little nuggets as well. And Madam Speaker, I want to turn my attention into thanking you, and I'm glad you're back in the chair. I was hoping you'd get back in the chair before I got up to speak. Because, Madam Speaker, I have always appreciated your subtle and quiet guidance that you have given on many occasions, both in the chair as well as outside when we've had our opportunities to talk about the experiences of being a representative. And Madam Speaker, if there's anybody in this chamber that can understand and appreciate and relate to some of those experiences, some of those challenges, some of those opportunities that I have experienced, it is you. And so I very much appreciate and value your encouragement and your guidance in this journey that I have taken thus far as well. So thank you sincerely from the bottom of my heart for all that you continue to do, not just for me, but obviously hearing other people speak in here as well. Madam Speaker, I also want to acknowledge the 5th elected member from Georgetown and the fact that I can't say that I'm not or that I'm surprised at his decision because, Madam Speaker, the 5th elected member and we go way back in the early stages of our political career, not quite far back as trading blows, as the 4th elected member from Bordentown has said, but certainly we campaigned together. Oh yes, the 4th elected member wants to make it very clear that was before politics, so yes. The 5th elected member and I, we worked very closely together during the campaign. We got to know each other even more than we had previously. I knew of him, he knew of me. There was a great mutual respect. And certainly that was further solidified during the campaign trail. And I remember telling him at one of our meetings in West Bay, I think it was at the meeting at the Turtle Farm, and he's shaking his head, so he remembers as well, remembers the story. He was asked, I think quite late to speak, and it was the first time that he had actually spoken without prepared notes. It was purely speaking from the gut, speaking from the heart, speaking extemporaneously. And I remember sitting there on the stage listening to him and saying to myself, he's found his calling. He's going to be one of the leaders that this country will look up to in years to come. And so, Madam Speaker, I want to say publicly thank you to the member from Georgetown, the 5th elected member, for all of the support that you have given me, certainly while you were acting in the capacity of my counselor. Your counsel, your hard work has certainly not gone unnoticed and has certainly been very much appreciated. And so I want to say thank you. And even when he crossed the aisle, Madam Speaker, we obviously didn't communicate as often as we did when he was working directly with me, but we always maintain a mutual respect, a mutual friendship, a mutual admiration about the areas that we were particularly passionate about and the work that we were continuing to do in our respective roles. And Madam Speaker, I would like to say that about all of the members of the opposition, including the ones that I worked very closely with while they were on the government bench, the 4th elected member from Bordentown, the 1st elected member for Bordentown, and the other independent members of the opposition and the official opposition, Madam Speaker. I believe that there is certainly a camaraderie that I'm able to say that even when we agree to disagree, it is done in a very respectful way, and it is done with a way that does not take away from the fact that we are all here to serve and to serve the people of this country to the best of our ability, even in our respective roles. So I want to say thank you for showing that level of fraternal camaraderie in that regard. As I said, Madam Speaker, I want to thank the government of which I'm a part. I am in a unique position, and in many respects, Madam Speaker, I've had to advocate to ensure that my perspective has been heard, but I have to say that, Madam Speaker, they have given me the opportunity to do so, and I believe as a result, we've had stronger legislation, we've had dynamic policies, we've had a situation where I'm able to say to my constituents, as I said on the floor of this House when I first entered these hallowed halls, that I would continue to advocate as vociferously for them and their interests in my capacity within the structures of being a member of cabinet affords and allows. And I want to say thank you to the member or the members of the government who have embraced and understand that position that I've taken on many instances. Madam Speaker, I want to thank my family, my rock. And so I can very much empathize with what the member from Georgetown said when he indicated he was no longer standing for elections because of the toll that it has taken on his family and his ability to spend time with his family. Madam Speaker, this is not an easy road for anybody to walk. It is not an easy road, especially if you are a parent, if you are a mother, if you are a father. And I certainly could not do what I do on behalf of the people of West Bay and the country if I did not have the family support, the strength that my mother in particular continues to exude. And so by osmosis, I actually take on at times where I feel, and I may question whether or not this is, whether the sacrifice isn't or is too great. And Madam Speaker, I'm so grateful for the support that she has always shown me in everything that I've done. And even when they may not understand or agree with the decisions taken in some respects, they always stand behind those decisions and will support me in ensuring that I'm able to carry out my role and my function as a representative. And Madam Speaker, I want to thank my son. My son is now of age where he understands what is happening. He was but a mere toddler when I was elected, and I recall the many times where he would see me on TV and he'd say, "That's Mommy being the government." And I remember during the last election, we were driving. He wasn't even 3 years old at the time, and there were multiple pictures up, all the campaign posters. The election was hot and heavy. And we were actually driving to church one morning, and he was sitting in his car seat in the back, and all of a sudden he shouted out, "Mommy, I don't know who the government is." And I almost crashed the car because I was shocked. I'm like, here is this child who I haven't even been talking to about politics and elections and campaigning or anything. I tried to shield and shelter him from that as much as possible. But yet, he is seeing and sensing the energy and seeing and questioning, and now it's even more so. And I have to say, he's probably the biggest campaign manager that I have, because anybody that we come into contact, or anybody that comes to the house, he's like, "Are you voting for my mommy?" So, and I know it's hard on him. The long nights, tonight being a prime example, the many nights that he sees me on TV, he hears me on the radio, but I too have made it a commitment from day one that I set certain days aside for him. And it doesn't matter what else is going on around me, he knows, and he has to know, that he comes first. And so, Madam Speaker, the idea of balance is a hard and difficult ideal to strive for, but it is absolutely critical that we keep perspective as representatives, even when our constituents don't understand, when we say, "I'm sorry, I can't deal with that today because my family needs me," or "I have a commitment with my family that does not allow me to do or be or say. And so, Madam Speaker, I am truly blessed and honored to have the family and my extended family, brothers, sisters, dad, stepmom, the whole extended family who understands and appreciates and supports. Madam Speaker, it is no secret that my start in the political arena was certainly a baptism of fire. And I have been faced with, and I have overcome many challenges ever since. And Madam Speaker, I was reminded recently by someone who has been, I think, watching the trajectory of my time in politics thus far. And I was reminded that the demonstration of strength isn't just about winning. It's more about what you do when you're faced with the struggles, the challenges, what you do when you're faced with the obstacles that come during the journey. And it's at that moment, Madam Speaker, when you decide not to give up, when you decide to persevere, when you decide to push through, that is the real demonstration of strength. And so, Madam Speaker, I'm also reminded of the time, and I'm not sure if you even remember, when we were at the Commonwealth Women Parliamentarians Conference early on in our tenure, or in this particular, my tenure in this administration, that is either 2014, certainly no later than 2015. And I remember you slipped me a note. I don't even know what was happening at the time, Madam Speaker, but it was obviously something, because there's always something exciting happening in my world as Minister for Education, Employment, and Gender Affairs. And I remember you sent me a note saying, know that you are ahead when you keep getting hit from behind. And so, Madam Speaker, that was the encouragement that I needed at that particular moment, and I've kept that information. I've kept that little bit of encouragement with me throughout. And so, Madam Speaker, when choosing to make the decision to serve the people of this country, when taking on some of the most difficult, some of the most critical subject areas for the development and the sustainability of our country, Madam Speaker, I have done so because that was where I believe there was the greatest need. And again, Madam Speaker, that is why I made the personal and professional sacrifices to serve this country, to do so in the areas that I felt had the greatest need, and by extension, the greatest opportunities to bring about the changes that I campaigned on and that I have worked feverishly as a member of this government to help bring about for the benefit of the people of this country. And so, Madam Speaker, the only other thank you that I have yet to give, and this is the most important one, and that is to thank God. I thank God for giving me the strength to persevere. And I thank God for giving me the wisdom to make what were some tough decisions on a number of occasions. And I thank God for continuing to give me the strength and the ability to persevere in looking forward to the coming weeks through the upcoming campaign, because as I said, Madam Speaker, with God's help and with the support of the constituents of West Bay, I hope to continue to do the work that I have started, that I have been called to do, Madam Speaker, because serving in this House, every one of us in here, I believe, would agree, serving in this House is a calling. I hope to continue to do the work that I have been called to do on behalf of the people of this country and on behalf of the betterment and for the betterment of the country as a whole. Thank you.
I recognize the second elected member from Georgetown.
Definitely will be 5 minutes or less. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Appreciate the opportunity to share a few closing remarks with everyone this evening at what is a very somber time for me, and I think for us all here, because we realize now that the term is at an end and that we're about to all embark on the campaign trail, the hopes that we can be re-elected to serve another term. Madam Speaker, I have to give thanks, first of all, to the people of Georgetown who elected me in 2013. When I was returned as a second elected member for Georgetown, I didn't understand or appreciate what it meant and how significant that was. So I have to give them thanks for the privilege and honor. It truly has been an honor to serve, because that's what this work is. It's a work of love and service. And although I was elected by the people of Georgetown to represent them, I quickly came to realize that it's not just the District of Georgetown, but I'm put here, and we're all elected here to serve, to uphold, and to defend a nation. That's what rests on our collective shoulders, the future of this nation. And every decision we have ever made for the past 4 years has been with the intention and desire that we are trying to make it better for those who come behind us. And so I'm hopeful and prayerful, and I'm happy to say this evening that with the blessings of the Georgetown community, I will be offering myself as a candidate for re-election in May 24th. Madam Speaker, I'm very proud that my wife, my children, my family all support my candidacy and all support me in my attempts to seek a second term. And I hope that the people of Georgetown, whatever district I do run in, that they will support me in that effort. It has been truly an honor to serve, and I hope I'll have that opportunity again. Madam Speaker, it has been truly an experience to be here as well. I'm not a young person, I don't think, as some of the other members who are new freshman legislators are. I came out of a full career in public accounting. But Madam Speaker, I have to say, this has been truly a learning experience for me. And I have learned at the feet of every one of these MLAs in this honorable House, particularly those who are more experienced. Madam Speaker, thank you for your leadership. Thank you for what you have done and the grace that you have brought to the high office which you have led and filled in this honorable House. Madam Speaker, I have learned much from the Leader of the Opposition. I've also learned from the member from North Side, member from East End, and the first elected member for Bodden Town, Premier, Deputy Premier, and the first elected member for Georgetown, and also two freshman legislators and freshman ministers. I've had my knuckles rapped, I've made mistakes, and I've been gently reminded of what those mistakes have been, but everyone who has served whatever they have done for me, they have done in a spirit, Madam Speaker, of trying to teach and to show the way. And I'm grateful to every one of you for the grace which you have shown and for the friendship that you have extended throughout these 4 years. Madam Speaker, I must first of all also thank the Premier. Thank him for being inclusive, because I thought it very noble of him in 2013, while he had invited and offered up a cabinet seat to Minister Rivers. He also invited a fifth elected member, myself, to cross the aisle and join the government and work with them towards making a better Cayman. And I know that that was, took guts for him to do so, but I am grateful to him for his inclusiveness. In the 4 years that I've been here, Madam Speaker, I have to thank also the Minister of Financial Services, the Honorable Wayne Panton, and the Minister of Finance. I've had the privilege, Madam Speaker, of serving as counselor to the Premier, to Minister Panton, and to Minister Archer. And I'm truly grateful to them for the experience and the trust they placed in me to work and to particularly to support them in their work and also to hold a ministry and fulfill their role as ministers when they were off island on official duties. Madam Speaker, I can think of at least 2 occasions when 3 of them were off and I was appointed to act as minister, temporary minister, for all of them at one time. And there was a standing joke in the cabinet when that happened that I was literally a government of one. But be that as it may, Madam Speaker, the experience and the exposure I have gained as a result of fulfilling those kinds of roles, I think will only serve to make me not just a better person personally, but also equip me to serve better as a second term in office. Madam Speaker, tonight we are bidding farewell to 2 members from 2 extremes, one a freshman, the other one a very seasoned and well-oiled politician. Let me deal first with the freshman politician, the 5th elected member from Georgetown. Madam Speaker, it's no secret. We came in here together, elected on the same platform. We campaigned together. We served and worked in the same government for 3 years. For better or for worse, our paths parted. And he found it fit to join the opposition. I found it fit to stay where I was and to serve and to work. But Madam Speaker, through it all, I think that there is a friendship that I think binds us, and I will always be grateful to him for his support, for his counsel, and for the times we shared together in working in campaign and also working within the government. Madam Speaker, in some ways I think it is a sad day, but I'm also very happy. I'm happy for him because I know he's going on to different and better things. I know we haven't heard the last of Winston Connolly. And I just want to say to him, it's been a pleasure working with you, and I wish you every success in whatever you do. And I look forward to hearing what those next steps in your life are going to be. I know tonight when you go home, there'll be a lady there who's waiting to throw her arms around you and say, welcome home. And I'm happy for you. I'm happy for your family. And I wish you all the very best. What do I ever say about my favorite minister? Kilo Tango. Her Tibbets. Madam Speaker, I first learned about Minister Tibbets back in the 1980s and early 1990s. I came to know about Minister Tibbets through my father, who had a deep love, appreciation, respect for Minister Tibbets. And if my memory serves me correctly, correct me please, Minister Tibbets, you served on planning board together. My father also served as a part of your election committee. That is correct. I got it right. And that's where I first learned about Minister Tibbets. And I have to say and give him credit for the leadership, the instruction, the guidance that he has provided for me in the 4 years that I have been here and been a part of this government. I recall the very first time I was acting as temporary minister, and I was attending my first cabinet meeting, delivering cabinet papers, shaking like a leaf as I sat there and called upon by the governor to present the papers. I just will never forget the calming words that Minister Tibbets spoke. He said, just take your time and just do it. You get it. And that's the type of man that we are losing this evening. A man who deeply cares for people. I've heard several comments about generous to a fault. I've never seen someone more generous. A man of experience, unquestionably. I think he has experienced it all in this house. A man of great wisdom, and a man truly of honor. I'd say to Minister Tibbetts tonight, it's been a pleasure to work with you. You leave a void in my life, and one that will be extremely hard to fill. But I know you're also going to be leaving, sir, a big hole within this group who have led this government for the past 4 years that will be extremely difficult to fill. And we shall truly miss you, sir, not just from the progressives, at caucus, within cabinet, and inside this honorable house. Your presence and your absence from hereafter, you will be missed. But I know too that your family is calling and waiting for you. And I'm so grateful that your children are here tonight to witness this event and to be here and to celebrate with us as we celebrate your retirement. Godspeed, sir. And I know that if I ever need to call you, I know I have the confidence that I can pick that phone up and you'll take my call and you'll give me the guidance and counsel I need. That, sir, is very comforting. To all of my fellow colleagues, it's been a pleasure here to serve. And I do hope that we will be returned and that we can all work together in a new government that will take this country and a legislature that will take the country forward to bigger and better things. There is much to do, and I'm looking forward to that time with great anticipation. Madam Speaker, thank you for allowing me to speak, and I wish you all the very best. Thank you.
I recognize the member from Northside.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I guess I should have spoken earlier to set an example for the rest, but let me thank the good people of Northside for this opportunity, which includes my family, both close and extended, for the opportunity to serve. Let me thank the staff here, Madam Speaker, for their help. And I promise you, if I had anything to do with the next government, we ain't gonna be here 11 o'clock at night. We're going home 4:30 in the evening. Okay? Because this is just not right. So, Madam Speaker, to the minister who is retiring, I have one word for you, sir. But you will understand. Respect due.
That's two.
No, the word is respect and it is due. Two different things. So Winston, so the fifth elected member from Georgetown, Madam Speaker, with both of them leaving, my heart was burdened because I've always tried to promote young people to get involved in politics in this country. And Winston, to you, sir, keep your passion. It has served you well. It will serve you well in the future. But my heart was greatly, the burden of my heart was lightened a lot when I heard the announcement from the first elected from Georgetown, from Bordentown, in that he's continuing. Madam Speaker, I wish everyone well and good night. I'm going home, look at my family. Thank you.
I recognize Honorable Deputy Governor.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I shall also follow the lead from the member from Northside. Yes. See, I will say good things about you. Madam Speaker, first of all, let me just thank all of the members who spoke and about the civil service and who thanked them for their hard work. the civil service is very proud of our achievements over the past 4 years working with the government, and we stand ready to work along with whoever the people put in office in around the end of May. That is the responsibility of the civil service, to serve the government of the day, and I want to assure everyone that we will continue to do our part to make Cayman a very special place for everyone. Madam Speaker, we have a unique parliament here. I'm pleased to serve with two members from my class of 1981, the Minister for Financial Services and the third elected member for West Bay. It's always good to serve with your classmates. And of course, the fifth elected member for Georgetown, who is moving on to greener pastures. He and I studied together at the law school, and I was not surprised at all by his passion and intellect that he has shown here in the House. I saw that demonstrated very well in law school. We studied together. We did a lot of work together, and I certainly want to wish him well in everything that he does. Maybe he'll offer me a job when I retire in a couple of years. But I wish him well, and it's always great when you can live on your own and do the things that you want to do at the time when you want to do them. So I wish him all the best, to him, his and his family. To the great Mr. Tibbetts, the first elected member from Georgetown, I got to know him during my days at immigration, and he would be calling me on numerous occasions to put forward issues that were being presented to him by his constituents, Caymanians, non-Caymanians, people from all over the island. And I got to understand then his care and his concern for the people of these islands. And has always stayed with me. Madam Speaker, I have always marveled at the words that he used to get the point across, how he does it. I will miss him in cabinet. And I will always remember when he says, "I'm not being funny." And then he would say, he would repeat exactly what he said, and you know that he was really making a very strong point. Sometimes he would say things to me, and I did not understand what he meant, and then a few days later, something would happen, and I said, okay, that is exactly what he was talking about. But he has had a unique way of getting his point across. He has served this country exceptionally well. And to his children who are in the gallery, I want to say you must be very proud of your father. He has done a lot for this country, and for many, I would say thousands of people, he has made their lives better. So please be proud of your father. We certainly are all very proud of him. He has offered me great counsel and great advice, and I'm sorry, I want to sincerely thank you for that. As many persons in this chamber, I have always listened and learned, and sometimes when I didn't agree, I still listened and I still learned. My good friend, the member from East End, he and I have always had our hard conversations, but I've enjoyed them and I've learned from him. And I've been challenged by him, and I thank him for that. We have always had a great respect for each other, and I will always continue. I think, yeah, absolutely. But, Madam Speaker, I think that's what it's all about, and I think the public needs to understand and appreciate that it's absolutely okay for persons to stand up, hold their ground, and speak with conviction and passion about a particular issue, challenge other persons, and when that matter is over, go and have lunch and be friends. And that is something that we must always treasure. It is something that I treasure. I'm certainly not going to lose any friends in this chamber. I think we are all men and women who can put issues behind us and move forward. There you go. Madam Speaker, thank you very much for all of your guidance and counsel and advice over the years. It's always been a great pleasure, and I've always thanked you for the support that you have given me personally. Thank you very much. To Madam Clerk and all of the staff, the Sergeant, thank you all very much for your hard work and dedication to serving the Assembly. I think we are doing a good job, and of course, looking forward to serving the new government. Madam Speaker, in closing, I want to wish all the members God's richest blessings as they carry out their campaigns. To those who are retiring, again, my sincere best wishes, and I wish everyone a good night. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Recognize Honorable Attorney General.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Like Henry VIII said, I shan't keep you long. Madam Speaker, I want to pay tribute to the Honorable First Elected Member from Georgetown, Mr. Tibbetts. He has some stock responses and some really admirable attributes, Madam Speaker. He is very kind-hearted. He is a gentleman of humility. He has unfailing courtesy. We have all seen, Madam Speaker, that he's an emissary. His diplomatic skills from time to time have been deployed in this House. A person with incredible patience, Madam Speaker. It is true, he has a very calm demeanor, very phlegmatic temper. But there are times when that has been tested, and I've seen it twice, certainly in my time. One with former governor in cabinet. I didn't know that side of him, Madam Speaker. That was quite a revelation to me. And the other time was, I was part of a delegation with him in St. Kitts at a CARICOM meeting, and he had a discussion with the Minister of Foreign Affairs from Jamaica, and he was talking about visa. And I saw another side of him that I wasn't aware of at the time. But, Madam Speaker, throughout all of that, he managed to compose himself, and he has some real, as I said, stock answer. Listen to me now. You listen to me. And then after he realized that he might have pushed it a little bit, he said, I don't mean it like that. I don't mean it like that, you know. I don't mean it like that. So you admire those qualities, because although he's very robust in his discussion, he tries to make you comfortable, but he wants you to understand what he's talking about. Madam Speaker, yeah, I will certainly miss my cricket discussions with him. We catching up on the scores with each other, and I will miss also what I call his uncomfortable frankness sometimes. I admired it about him. The sort of frankness that makes you almost uncomfortable. But you know exactly what he means, you know where he stands on a particular issue, and so you don't have to be wondering what is going on in his head. I would want to also understandably thank his family for sharing him with us. We certainly value his counsel, his guidance, and above all, his friendship, Madam Speaker. And he will be missed, but I am sure that he will look back and say, my 24 years was well spent, and he has left his footprint, indelible footprint, around throughout the Cayman Islands, Madam Speaker, and indeed throughout the region. Madam Speaker, the fifth elected member from Georgetown, I was one of those who was surprised, to say the least, taken by surprise about his announcement. I always admire his industry, his research skill, his contribution, and his passion that he brings to the debate and to the business of this House. And I am sure, like others, that we have not seen the last of him. According to Mr. Hugh, he still has about 48 hours to think about it. The next time we stand up here, then you will hear mine. Thank you. You will hear mine. Madam Speaker, I want to thank you and the staff the clerk and all the members, um, those who help us within this house to make our stay comfortable and assist us with our research, among other things, madam. But not our research, but certainly our other little errands and so, Madam Speaker. So I really thank you. I want to finally wish all honorable members, those who are seeking re-election, I want to wish them all the best at the polls. And those who are moving on, I want to again say thank them for their service, and I certainly wish them all the best. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Recognize the fifth member from Georgetown.
Madam Speaker, I have already basically said all the things that I wanted to say to my constituents, but I wanted to say to all the honorable members in this House that I thank them all in their own way for teaching me how to be a better parliamentarian, teaching me more about life, teaching me more about myself. Madam Speaker, it would be remiss of me not to thank you as well for all the things that sometimes you don't say, maybe with a look or a glance or just one of those knowing glances. And I have been very appreciative of your patience in that chair. Sometimes, and some of the culprits aren't here right now, but sometimes in very trying circumstances. But I'd like to also thank the clerk and all the staff members under her column, because truly they're the unsung heroes in that make this operate. They do a lot of things behind the scenes, but I, for one, I'm very grateful for the guidance as well as the assistance. And that's everyone in this House, Madam Speaker, from the person that is just getting us our food and running errands all the way to the top. And they do a lot of service for their country and to the parliamentarians in here. Madam Speaker, I would like to also thank the civil servants that I worked with in the Ministry of Education, Employment, and Gender Affairs. Truly some of the most professional people I've ever met, both in the private or in the public sector. A lot of passion, Madam Speaker, a lot of determination, and I think, especially in the last couple of years, the transitions that are happening there will bode the country well in the future. I would like to thank the members of the opposition first, because I guess they're the most recent in my short political career. But I do feel that I learned how to stand on my own two legs when I came over in the opposition. And the amount of research that you have to do on your own, the amount of time and energy that you have to do, that you have to put in, you have to make fast friends to divvy up some of that work, because you don't have the assistants and the researchers and all that there. And in times like this, when you're facing 38 bills, it's good to have friends. But I'd like to thank all the members on this side for all their support, their guidance. I'm glad to see Honorable First Member for District of Bordentown say that he is running again, because I know he was torn like I am at times. Some of the characters, we won't even go into those, but they are characters in their own right, but they have, they have a lot of experience to share. The members of the government, and to each and everyone, those here and those who aren't, and the time that I spent with you, and the work that we did together, even though at times we didn't see eye to eye, at least I did. I still appreciate all the times that you shared with me. And, I think that we are a fraternity, and that at the end of the day, no one can take that away from us. And at times in battle, we do and say things, but we also know why we do and say things that the outside public mightn't. And just because he's leaving, and because he won't ever cross over to the aisle before the sessions, the meetings start, because anyone that knows the Honorable Kurt Tibbetts knows that if he comes to you before the session starts, you start wondering if you're going to have to throw up a white flag soon, because in his own special way, he has this, I was going to say overbearing, but convincing might be the better word, this way about him that, when he's coming, he means business, and you better sit up, listen. And even when I was on the backbench of the government, he was one of the members that took me under his wings, and a lot of other members have said it before, where he has this way of guiding you, and sometimes you don't quite understand it, but he's doing it in your best interest, and at the end of the day, you're going to be better for it if you take the time and listen. So I thank him from the bottom of my heart. He knows that I've always respected him for as long as I have known him, and I'd just like to say, thanks to both sides, because truly you've had an influence on my parliamentary time here, and in each and every person in here, I've had both negative and positive experiences, but I've come out the better for it because of that. And I truly thank all of you in this honorable house. So with those few words, Madam Speaker, thank you very much. I won't say goodbye. It'll just be in some other function the next time we speak. Thank you. Oh, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I rise for the last time in this honorable chamber. No, I won't say that. It is true. Madam Speaker, I've been thinking for quite a few hours when this time came what I would say. And I couldn't come up with anything that I should say. Let me do what I remember first. Let me say a very special thank you to the clerk and all the staff in this Legislative Assembly. Some have come, some have gone. These are what are here now. And Madam Speaker, I have had the privilege and the honor to have established relationships with just about all of them. And I certainly have a great love and respect for them. And I admire the way that they handle the business. And let me just get this out of the way. It is impossible for the staff
to get everything that members in this legislative assembly want right all the time. It is impossible because the members always want too much. Simple. Too much, too fast. So, to the clerk and all the other staff, when you see the members, us members getting frustrated, don't pay us no mind. Doesn't mean a single thing, even when you feel offended. Madam Speaker, to your good self, I have to make a confession to you. I decided that since today was the last day, I would play a little trick on you, and I did. But you know me. I used the word today that was possibly unparliamentary. I chose that word because I didn't quite think it was, but I know it might have gotten that look on your face. So when I use the word, I won't use it again. But when I used that word, I saw the look on your face and I immediately turned away like I hadn't seen you. And I just went on. That was just for me to say, well, I got one over you before I left.
That's what you think, Minister. I heard it, but I realized that now you're retiring, you may come to Charlotte Road, and that's a half mile above my house.
Madam Speaker, you're right. But what I want to say to you, this is what I'm going to say to you very quickly that you will understand. And this is for you, and I mean this. It took us a long time, but we finally got it right these last 4 years. I'm not going to say any more to that. Madam Speaker, I have listened to all of my colleagues speak. And as I listened, I kept saying to myself, they don't really know you, Kurt. You hear what they're saying about you? And as I think of all of the kind words and expressions that have been used, I can only be humbled all the more for the privilege that I've had for these last 6 terms in this Parliament. The people of the District of Georgetown will never ever know, because words will always fail me, how much I appreciate the confidence that they continually displayed at the polls in me. You see, Madam Speaker, I sometimes wonder if there's something wrong, because I've never had any real desire for anything that's special. I just don't. I've always asked the good Lord to allow me to be able to fulfill whatever my responsibilities were, including my family. Once I was able to do that, I'm cool. Then I can spend any amount of time on trying to assist someone else once I know that I'm all right. And I've lived by that code. And there are not many people in the world who get the opportunity that I had. And I know that. That's why I cherish that opportunity so much, and still do. And Madam Speaker, not to mention the people along the way, the friendships, real, lifelong friendships that mean so much to me. Even living the pain of watching some of them depart from us. And being here this long, it's only natural, just like your good self, and others who have been around for a while, that is going to happen. And you will see family members and dear friends go. And every now and then it shocks you and jolts you and brings you back to yourself. When is it my turn? But, Madam Speaker, my colleagues here in this Legislative Assembly, I want to say a very special thank you for the kindnesses extended over the years, and especially tonight. Although, if I had my way, it wouldn't be like this. I know you know that. But some things are unavoidable, and I accept that. I could think of many things to say about many of my colleagues, but I understand the time of night, so I really don't think that I should start, because if I started, I would have to find something, I would have to be able to say something about each and every one of them, and I'm sure I can. I am just so eternally grateful to God that this opportunity was one that I could live through and look at tonight and feel proud, knowing even when others might not know that I have done my best at this job as a representative of the people. Not winning all the time, sometimes not even looking good, but even then, I've done the best I know how. Madam Speaker, it is for me to say a special thank you to my family, because all of them have been long suffering, and they're still around, because you hear all the good things that have been said about me tonight. Madam Speaker, in order, forgive me, in order for me to be able, or for me to have been able to do some level of justice to my job as a representative, my family has suffered, and I know that. And this is the first I'm admitting it, and they hear it. But I want them to know that I've known it all along. And I love and respect them for bearing that burden. And the decision to not seek to be re-elected this time was not an easy decision, Madam Speaker. And the one thing that I have going for me, and the Honorable Premier said that tonight, I gave notice. I didn't quit overnight. I gave notice. Although, not to be cocksure of myself or anything like that, but I understand there were many people, and there, up until this point, still would be many people who would wish that I continue. But, Madam Speaker, here's the story. Two things happened very early to me when I was sworn in over in that corner over there on the 25th day of November, 1992. The first thing was I didn't know how much salary I made, and I felt like a fool. But that was all right, because I didn't know that. And the second thing, when I sat right in the spot where the Honorable Leader of the Opposition sits now. That was where the fourth elected member sat at the time. And it went this way. And it was in 96 when I became the first elected member. I told him I wasn't moving. So the whole thing had to change. So I stayed in that seat for quite a while, but that wasn't the second thing. The second thing I'm talking about is even that morning after the swearing in and sitting down, I had to, if I may use the term, go to myself, kind of pinch myself. All right, this is real. There's no more pretend now. And then I said to myself, and I asked God to tell me when I wasn't sure I could do the best job that I could before the people told me so. And I have never forgotten that. And I have always lived with that. And that is why I console myself that I gave notice. Madam Speaker, it is one thing to live on your past deeds and seek to be elected. It is quite another to continue to do the deeds that you had done in the past. And whenever you are not sure that you can continue to do as well as you did in the past, then it is time for you to gradually say your goodbyes and be very, very grateful that you had the opportunity. And Madam Speaker, I am not trying to suggest that I am an old fogey, nothing like that. Absolutely not. But what I can say to you and everyone else within earshot and who might hear this afterwards, I would never go to the people of this country and ask them to elect me just because I was once a good representative and not know that I could still be the same representative to them, because I would be lying to them by asking them to do what they did before. And I ain't made like that. So the reason why I am where I am tonight, Madam Speaker, and why I'm doing what I'm doing tonight is not for the lack of love of the challenge of the job. I ain't ashamed to tell you or nobody else, I love being a minister. I love when they bring all kind of stuff at me. What are you going to do about this and what are you going to do about that? I thrive on that. But then I find myself not being able to be what I always was. And you find yourself, Madam Speaker, you start off fresh and you're eager to learn and to go through the hoops, to go through the ropes, and to get to the point where you're comfortable because you've gained enough experience, you've applied yourself the best way you know how, and you can actually be effective. And you get to that point, and it's wonderful. But then, just like it came, it starts to go. You stay there for a while, but you're never there forever. And I don't want to be not being the representative I should be to the people of this country. So before that happens, Madam Speaker, I talk to my God, and my God tells me now, it is time for you to not do this anymore. But what I also will tell you and everybody else too, Madam Speaker, is I ain't going anywhere. I am not quitting. And I will forever, as long as I have the health and strength to do so, want to serve my country. But there are many other capacities in which I can serve. And those will find themselves. He has told me that. And I am content with that. And Madam Speaker, I can't help it, but I just love everybody. I know that I can get cranky too, just like everybody else. But I try my best to do as little of that nowadays as I possibly can. But let me say, with the hope that that explanation is acceptable, once more, I wish to say to my colleagues in this Legislative Assembly that it has been an honor, a privilege, a pleasure, even when it got sticky and rough. Even when I try my best to calm the waters. Even when they fling their arms in front of my face and I say, you can do it till the good Lord comes. I ain't going to stop trying to get you where I want you. Member from East End especially, he couldn't stand that. Because when he got off, now he wanted to get off as long as he could. And there am I trying to at least cut the time in half. But it has been a pleasure, Madam Speaker. And I wish everyone and their families the best. As has been said by at least two members here tonight. None of us, maybe three, none of us knows who will be back. Outside of fifth elected member Georgetown and myself, they can say that. The two of us can say, we know who won't be back. Not for any bad reason. And then the fifth elected member for Georgetown, 2 minutes into his delivery, when he was making his announcement today, I could feel it coming. I had asked him earlier, I said, something is not right. You jumping up and down around this place, you're too much today. Something is not right. I saw the little funny smile that he gets on his face, and I said to myself, all right, you don't have to tell me, but I know in my mind, and it manifested itself. To him, Madam Speaker, he's extremely intelligent. He applies himself extremely well. He will do well. I have no fear of that. He knows the love and respect that I have for him and his family, both sides of his family. So I'm sure his conscious decision was one after taking all of the situation into consideration and believing that to be the best. And I wish you well, sir. And if Harry will lend you some appropriate fishing lines, we'll go fishing together too. Madam Speaker, enough of that. It's late. Once again, I want to say one last time in this forum, a big special thank you to all of the people, close, not so close, even a little distance away, who have made such a great difference in my life and given me the opportunity to be what I have been able to be, which is of service to the people of Georgetown and, by extension, the people of the country. There are individuals who I will always continue to have the same relationship with, and I best not start calling names, otherwise I get into big, big trouble. Once more to my family, we're good. Don't try to say anything more. Madam Speaker, again, thank you for all of your guidance. And it certainly has been a distinct pleasure working with you over the years. And I have to say, especially these last 4 years, I think we just both grew up a bit, and that's fine, and that's cool. Love you. Thank you.
Approaching 11:45, and I won't put you through the endurance of another long speech, but suffice to say that indeed it has been a tremendous pleasure for me to be in this capacity. I want to thank all those who have expressed their confidence at the beginning of this term and even here today. I won't use this chair as an opportunity to make any announcements, but I wish also to thank Mr. Gilbert McLean and Mr. Meyer, who saw something in me that I particularly did not see in myself when they came to my house in Prospect as a young upstart lawyer to ask me to represent the people of Cayman and Little Cayman. I want to especially go on record to thank them because I had no politics on my radar whatsoever. I am grateful that the Lord has blessed me tremendously to be able to serve now some 20 plus years. My family has been my rock, as the Minister of Education has said, in particular my father who's passed on, many persons on the BRAC. In fact, I thought today I would be making a speech similar to my cousin, in case you didn't know, Honorable Kirk Tibbetts. But I've been persuaded within the last 3 weeks by many people within my constituents, including my cousin Kirk Tibbetts. And it will probably be my last opportunity here as speaker, but I want to thank you for all of the assistance and guidance that you gave me. I want to thank Almighty God, because without him, I would not have made it this far. And we're truly now, I can say, the House now stands adjourned, sine die.